Live stream audio test 1 2.
Good morning, everyone. It's now 9:30, so I shall now resume this inquiry. My name is Luke Fleming. I'm an inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this inquiry. The appeal is made by Beechcroft Land Limited under the provisions of Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, and it's against the failure of North Somerset Council to give notice within the prescribed period of a decision on an application for planning permission. Proposal is described as outline application for the erection of up to 62 dwellings, 30% affordable housing, alongside a new access, landscaping and other associated works, with all matters reserved for future approval apart from the access. And it's at land to the east of Church Lane and north of Front Street, Churchill. So just for clarification, it's an outline application with approval being sought for detailed matters relating to the access only. Usual reminders, electronic devices, please put them on silent mode. There should be an attendance sheet circulating. Please sign it and can I have that returned to me by the end of the day. I'll be aiming for a break for lunch between 1 and 2. There'll be suitable mid-morning and afternoon breaks. I'm told there's no fire alarm test today, but if you do hear the alarm, it'll be real. So the fire exit is there. Alternatively, go out of the main entrance and on both routes assemble in the car park, which is just to the right of the building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So yesterday I heard the appellant's evidence on ecology, the evidence of interested parties who were present, and the council's evidence on landscape and visual matters. There should be a programme for anyone who's it's the first day today, somewhere available, but on that you'll see that today we'll be hearing the appellant's evidence on landscape and visual matters in the morning, and then this afternoon we'll be hearing the council's evidence on heritage matters. Okay. Okay, so before we proceed, is there anyone here who wishes to speak to the inquiry who I've not taken the details of? No? So just to observe, if you don't speak and don't give evidence, I may come to interested parties that have to give them the opportunity to ask questions of the side that they are opposing. But if you don't speak, then you won't be able to do that, okay? Okay. All right. Okay. So, just a couple of housekeeping and procedural matters, just one from me. I've had an email which I believe both sides would be copied into from Jan Murray. So it includes the Parish Council's original comments on the planning application, so there's nothing new there. But the covering email does include additional information. Subject to your views, I'm minded to accept that covering email as an inquiry document. I don't think there's any huge surprises in it or should be any contention in that, and to the appellant's side I give you the opportunity to take any of those points up with your relevant witnesses through proceedings if you're happy with that. Yeah?
Yeah, that's
Yeah. Okay, so is that okay with yep? Yep. Okay, so just on that point though, while we're on it, the footpath that crosses the site, I will just say that it's going to help me greatly if I'm able to walk that footpath when I visit next week on the Wednesday. So, you know, if it's overgrown or you know, I don't mind a bit of wading through vegetation. I'm quite happy with that, but I do want to be able to to sort of see where it is. So I'll leave that with you. So you might want to just think about that and just make sure, because I do want to walk it.
So if it helps, I mean, it's not overgrown to the extent you can't walk across it.
Yeah.
The only thing is the horses do get quite interested in you. So all you do at the moment is you step over the tape that adjoins the footpath, which has been trodden down, the trees falling.
Yeah.
You could walk straight across. It's when you get to the horses it gets to be fun. They're very friendly, but they will come and say hello.
Yeah, all right. Well, just bear that in mind. I'll look forward to that experience. Okay. So that's that. Is there anything else that anybody wants to bring to my attention?
Two things, please, sir.
Yeah.
First of all, I have been asked what is to be done about recording public attendance via the internet. We were quite busy yesterday when it came to viewing on the internet, and it did strike me so that at previous inquiries what we provided the inspector with is, if you like, viewing figures for each day. And it seems to me that were you to ask the question, do I form an accurate view of public interest in these proceedings by looking around me at this room? The answer is, well, you won't. And so, sir, with your permission, what I'd like to do is provide you each day with, if you like, highest level of views at any one time, and then you've got a measure of the public interest in the case. That's the first thing, if you're happy with that. The second thing is, sir, as I was going through the papers last night, and in particular the site allocations plan, DPD, what I noticed was there is no plan of Churchill's settlement boundary, and that omission, sir, seems to me to be a material one. We keep the plan on the internet.
Yeah.
So what I've asked Mrs. Richards to do is print a copy of the Churchill settlement boundary off, and it will be relevant, I'm sure, during the course of this inquiry, so I better hand it in, sir. I've given a copy to Mr. Garvey, and if I may give a copy to you, sir, that's all I've got to ask for at this stage in time.
Yeah, it's part of the development plan, so I'm happy. I'm happy with that. Mr. Garvey, you happy with those two?
Yes, thanks, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any other points that anyone wants to raise? No. Okay. All right. Well, we'll get straight on then. So we can now start with the appellant's landscape evidence. So, Mr. Garvey, would you please call your witness?
Yes, thank you, sir. To introduce you to the inquiry, your name is Andrew Cook, and you hold a Bachelor of Arts degree in Geography and a Master's degree in Landscape Design.
Yes, that's correct.
You're a Chartered Landscape Architect, Chartered Member of the Landscape Institute, Chartered Environmentalist, and a member of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment.
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to take the rest of Mr. Cook's qualifications experience as read, and we're going to begin by asking you about the sensitivity studies. You recall yesterday that we were handed in the document which gave you the summary of the different assessments. The one that we looked at, the new one, was the parish sensitivity study. I'd like to ask, firstly, your view on the extent to which it can be relied upon, given it's not a public document that's been consulted upon.
My understanding is that it's not a public document, it's an internal, it's not been consulted upon, and therefore I think that limited weight can be attached to this document.
If we look at the site analysis,
Yeah.
we see that at the back of the document. It's figure 8, if you would please.
Yes, I have that.
And you can see that the appeal site forms part of a wider parcel, which is CH1.
Correct, that's right. It's a very large parcel of land that wraps around the settlement of Churchill.
And the assessment says that this is of a high sensitivity.
Yes.
And it was suggested, as I understood it, that that's a difference of opinion between this assessment and your assessment of the appeal site. To what extent can you draw conclusions about the appeal site from this assessment?
So to a degree, it's very much comparing apples and pears. My assessment was with regard to the site per se, the site itself. This includes the site and a significant area of additional land which wraps round to the north, northeast and to the southeast of Churchill, which is a significant area of land, as you can see. The point I would make, sir, is that if you take into account larger areas of land, then you are going to get a different result than if you're looking at smaller parcels of land. And if I can illustrate that by means of this plan, sir, if you look at the granular analysis, the more detailed analysis to the north, or even around the environs of Langford, but particularly to the north on this plan, you can see that the land parcels that are considered here are very much smaller down to field units, and you can see there's a whole spectrum of degrees of sensitivity from high to low for each of those land parcels. Now, in contrast, when we look at the parcel that has been identified as it relates to the land north of Churchill, we have CH4, which is a much larger area, and so therefore the granular analysis is not there. What I would note in the document is if you go to the section, it's on 5.1, which deals with site CH1. A couple of observations. On the first heading, it talks about Windmill Hill. It says land at Churchill Gate and Windmill Hill. Under the first category heading, it talks about natural elements, and again references the Windmill Hill and slopes of the Mendip Hills A, O and B, because this area, sir, the SH1, wraps around to the southeast of Churchill and indeed includes the A, O and B. And then if we go on to look at the conclusions, which is on internal page 18 of this document, it notes high sensitivity due to, this is the summary, high sensitivity due to it containing the nationally protected landscape area, which is the A, O and B, and talks about the distinctive natural landform, and then also that the area is instrumental in providing separation between particular settlements of Churchill, Churchill Gate, Old Churchill and Langford, which this site does not have a bearing upon those areas of separation, sir. And in terms of the distinctive natural landform, this site, sir, is a level, pretty much a level, low-lying area of land, which I'll touch on later if I may. So those considerations, drawing together, looking at the larger area, have informed this report as to how we get to high sensitivity. So very little reference with regard to the site per se, which is what I've looked at.
Don't let this document go far. I want to ask you about a different document. We'll very quickly return to this. Can you turn up Mr. Etchell's appendices, please? And we're going to his figure 3, which is page 6.
Yes, this shows the zone of visual influence. It's basically the main visual envelope associated with the proposal as he identifies it. I've got some concerns about this in terms of the extent that's shown on here. I think it's very much smaller than this.
I think it was agreed that it was highly localised impacts. You say that it's more than that. Can you just explain that, please? And where you would draw this differently? So
my understanding in terms of Mr. Etchell's evidence is that he's referred to the visual envelope as being very tightly drawn, sir. And he would have this figure 3 plan in his mind when he was saying that. So what I would note is if we look at the area in terms of this dashed line, south of Front Street, you've got a series of properties. Now, as soon as you're immediately past the east side of the boundary to Front Street, and you go along Front Street eastward and you're beyond the site, so you'll be able to see all these points on site, and I would urge you to look at them. The site and the proposal would fall from view. So where the line at the moment is drawn to include the properties to the south of Front Street, it's actually tighter than that. But I would agree that the overall framework of the visual envelope is contained by Front Street and adjacent residential properties. Now, Mr. Churchill has identified a viewpoint 20 on this plan that you can see, and I would ask you to go and have a look at that. You can't see the site from there, sir. But if you go further north, up the public right-of-way, up onto the high ground of Windmill Hill, nor do you see the site or the proposal, nor would you see the proposal from there either, sir. So the fact that the visual envelope has been extended to that location, where it's not evidenced with a viewpoint, and you can see for yourself, sir, the visual envelope does not extend that far. A liberty has been taken with drawing this visual envelope along the crest of the Windmill Hill. The area to actually view this scheme from is limited to the lower slope of the footpath to the north of the site on Windmill Hill. As soon as you're up on the plateau of that footpath immediately to the north of the site, the proposal would fall from view. So the scheme cannot be seen from the crest or the ridge of that Windmill Hill. It's land which is in private ownership and not part of any public domain or public vantage points. The next point I would make is that if you look at the boundaries, the ZTV shown to the west of Church Lane, it runs through a series of curtilages and through the curtilage or the boundary of the church, St John's Church. Again, when you walk along Church Lane, you will be able to look west towards those properties and look east towards the proposal, and you will be able to come to a view yourself, sir. But my view is that the visual envelope terminates on Church Lane at those properties. It's not set back like that. And then where the visual envelope comes through the school campus, that's shown along the building line on this plan, indicating that there will be views from within the campus. Well, where those dashed lines are shown within the visual envelope, there's a whole series of buildings associated with the campus, and the campus buildings come pretty much close up to Church Lane and not set back as this old Ordnance Survey map shows. So that visual envelope is drawn right through the middle of the campus complex. You would not have views extending that far into the campus. So when you look at it in the round, that visual envelope is over-exaggerated compared to what would be the reality, for the reasons I've explained.
So
it is tighter, in other words. I mean, Mr. Churchill did say that the visual envelope is close to the boundary, tightly drawn, but I would say it's tighter than what's shown for the reasons I've explained.
So if he's saying it's very tightly drawn and you're saying it's even more tightly drawn than that,
yeah.
I'm trying to understand what is the relevance of where you've got a site where the impacts are so tightly around the site, how that interrelates with sensitivity studies like this, where they're looking at such broad areas.
Yes.
Is there any significance or relationship between those 2 points?
So if you're looking at the proposal, sir, the scheme can throw out two consequences, if you like. One is effect upon landscape elements and landscape character, and the physical fabric of the landscape elements and character will change on site, but beyond the site, the physical character of the landscape doesn't change. And if the visual envelope is as tight as I've just explained, then it shows how limited the degree of harm is in terms of the proposal. And when you look at that, in the relation to the wider sensitivity study of CH1, because it's wrapped in significant areas of other parcels of land, including the A and B and Windmill Hill, it's going to clearly distort any understanding of sensitivity that could be ascribed to the site itself.
So ultimately, the ultimate point is it suggested that you disagree with this assessment. Do you think that's a fair approximation, or do you think that...
No, because I've analysed the site. This study has looked at a far larger parcel of land, and Mr. Etchell has looked at the site and then wrapped in additional areas, which is equivalent to this visual envelope to assess the sensitivity of the site. So there's reference here to the visual envelope on this plan. If I can take you into further into the document, the appendices.
Mr. Etchell's appendices?
Yes.
Yep.
And you turn to table 1.
Yeah.
It refers to landscape receptor, first column, site and immediate surroundings.
Sorry, what page is table 1?
This is table 1, this is
Page
internal
30.
page 35, sir. So the first column, it says that the receptor is the site, but it's not just the site. Mr. Churchill's identified surrounding areas included in there. And he's qualified what he means by the immediate surroundings. It's the area within the visual envelope that we were just looking at. So we need to be mindful that this is including the school campus to the west, Windmill Hill to the north, and a significant area of the conservation area along Front Street, as part of this, as well as the site. And in the second column, as concluded, in terms of quality and sensitivity, high sensitivity to the development. So where I've looked at the sensitivity of the site as the receptor, Mr. Churchill has looked at the site and drawn in the surrounding areas. Now, that skews the analysis because you're taking in very different landscapes and not the site itself. So you're not getting a fair, true understanding about the land parcel, which is the receptor, the site, in terms of sensitivity. It's been skewed by conservation area to the southeast, campus to the west, and you've got Windmill Hill to the north.
Just a final point on this. Where you've got very localised impacts on the site, is it appropriate to look at that sort of site in conjunction with a whole series of other sites, as we have with CH1, or would it warrant a finer grain analysis or something else?
Well, if a finer grain analysis had been undertaken in that parish sensitivity study on a field-by-field basis, like the approach has been adopted to the north of Langford, I'm sure that you would have got a very different set of results and a spectrum of sensitivities with regard to each of the field parcels in the way that we see to the north of Langford.
Thank you.
We don't have the benefit of that granular analysis, I'm afraid.
The next point is if you turn to the next figure in the Parish Council sensitivity study, which would be figure 9.
Yes,
Just hang on a moment there.
Sorry, could you give me a figure number?
Yeah, it's figure 9. It's right at the back of the document.
Yes, I have that.
Figure 9, we haven't looked at this, but this is entitled Areas Worthy of Protection. Can you see that?
Yes.
And you can see that in the key, what we have is an arrow in yellow, which is labelled Key Vistas and Views Providing Important Setting to Village and Sense of Place.
Yes, that's correct.
And you can see much was made in Mr. Etchell's evidence about the significance of the view from Windmill Hill across the site.
Yes.
to what extent, if at all, is that view one of the key vistas and views that is identified?
So that point was discussed yesterday, sir. And what I would note from this analysis, and this is the parish councils, and it's, as far as I'm aware, the only document that refers to key views in the locality, caveated, I appreciate, with what I said earlier about the status of the document. This is the only document that identifies views in the locality. And when you look at that and zoom in on the inset top left, and you can see where the site is, there you can see that where it says number 1, there are views shown southward towards the A&B, and those are views taken from the high ground of the Windmill Hill on public rights of way. From the start of those lines have been carefully drawn to indicate the point of standing on the public right of way looking southward towards the wooded escarpment of the A&B. But what's interesting is that Windmill Hill is an elongated hill ridge line, and there is no arrow shown on the footpath immediately to the north of the site or oversailing the site towards the A&B. So in terms of the views that we're aware of, and we've both commented on in our proofs, in terms of the footpath immediately to the north of the site in Windmill Hill, it is not identified as being a key view or vista as far as the local parish council are concerned.
Thank you. Next point, unless there's anything else to say about the parish sensitivity study, I want to talk about the NSC sensitivity assessment. The Ward Armstrong document,
yes,
which you'll find at core document CDE5.
Yes, it's also in my appendices, sir. If that's easier. Appendix 13. In my proof.
Now, if we go to the back of this document.
The plan?
Yes.
Yes, I have that.
And I believe we're looking at Plan 3, which if you're on a digital version of the document, page 107.
Yes, I've got a hard copy.
What, if anything, do you have to say about Map 3, what it tells us about sensitivity?
So there was discussion yesterday about trying to sort of orientate ourselves around the plan by way of the cross-references in the report. And if I can just provide some clarification as to my understanding on that. You'll see in the area that we're concerned with, where you can see Churchill, you can also see Langford. So my understanding is that the triangular area of Langford, which is shown as a settlement there, is Area 1. And the small settlement area just due south of that, which is north-south orientated along the road, is Area 2. And Churchill is Area 3. The reason being, sir, is I just want to take you to, in the document, paragraph 6.3.27, and that identifies...
Just one moment, so that is page 41?
41.
Yep.
And this is concerned with Churchill and Langford, and it says Churchill split into 3 parts effectively, and it identifies Area 1, 2 and 3, which is what I've just identified. Area 3 being Churchill, the settlement, it's very clear, comma, centred around Front Street and Dinghurst Road. So we've got our bearing now, so if you go then to paragraph 6.339, page 43, land north of Area 3, so we know where Area 3 is now, land to the north. And if we go back to if you have in your mind's eye, sir, the plan shows a wash of high sensitivity north of Churchill, wrapping round all the area to the north of Churchill, as far as the area study boundary. And that northern study boundary on that plan 3 is exactly the toe of the slope on the northern side of Windmill Hill. In other words, it encompasses the whole topography of Windmill Hill. And that's where the boundary of the studies terminates. So back to the paragraph, 6339. Land to the north of Area 3, which we know is Churchill, the settlement boundary is shown on that plan, slopes up from the settlement edge to Windmill Hill. It's a broad description of all of the area to the north of the settlement. So the settlement is orientated east-west. It's not just the site, it's all of the landscape to the north of Churchill extends up to Windmill Hill. And it goes on to say, although dense vegetation on the field boundaries encloses the fields in this area, the rising topography increases the visual prominence of this land, and therefore its intervisibility with the A1B. If I can just stop there for a minute and just explain. So, if you were to look at the topography on the contours of the area, and this is shown in my Appendix 1, sir, which is the site location plan. It shows one contour across the site. The contour is essentially, the site is essentially a level, flat, low-lying area, and you'll see that on the site, sir. But what's in contrast to that is as soon as you take the public footpath in the northeastern corner of the site and head eastward and traverse the slope, there are a series, indeed, of smaller fields, which, as this describes, are defined by dense vegetation on their field boundaries. And they are, indeed, rising ground. You'll see that all of those fields to the east of the site are rising as the mid-slopes of Windmill Hill. So, my reading of this, sir, is in terms of the general description that's set out here, it's very broad, it's broad brush, looking at a large area to the land north of Churchill, which is the rising ground, the toe, the mid-slope and the high ground of Windmill Hill. That's not the character of the site. The site is quite different in contrast to that as a low-lying level area. And there's a useful plan in the design and access statement, sir, that shows an indication of the topography of the site, because it shows constraints and opportunities, and it actually shows that the levels, the very gentle falls across the site, fall towards the centre of the site, so there's a slight dish in the site, far from it rising up the hill. But then,
Sorry, what plan was that?
Sorry?
Which specific plan were you directing to?
it's in the design and access statement, so I can give you the reference.
It's core document C2.
Just let me turn it up. Just need to. It's on internal page 18, sir.
Okay.
So the next point in that paragraph says that in addition, so my understanding is that when you read that paragraph, it's really talking about all those fields generally to the east of the site, and it doesn't really apply to the site itself. But the next thing it says, in addition, development on this land, and I believe it's talking about the rising fields, would affect the settlement form. And that's correct from my perspective, sir, because the settlement sits in a low-lying level vale of the valley and does not extend up the slopes. So if you were to see development on those fields to the east of the site going up the slope, then clearly that would be out of character with the settlement. But the site itself is level, and topographically it is comparable to what you see immediately to the south and to the west, where the school campus and the other properties are on Church Lane. the same topographic continuity with the rest of the settlement. So, owing to those factors, it talked about the land being of high sensitivity. And that application of high sensitivity applies to a wash of landscape right across the area to the north of Churchill, and is not granular in terms of looking at parcel by parcel. I think if that exercise had been done and looked at the site in isolation, it wouldn't fall into this general area of CH1.
So again, to what extent is it accurate to suggest that you are disagreeing with this sensitivity assessment?
It's a comparison of apples and pears. It's a very different comparative analysis of different land parcels. I mean, the site is one thing, but the area CH1 is very, very large.
The next point I'd like to ask you about is the master plan.
Sorry, apologies, it's not CH1, sir. It's the area to the north of Area 3.
Yeah. The next document I'd like you to look at is the master plan, which I think you've got as at Appendix 3 to your proof of evidence.
Yes, I have that. Yes, the master plan, I have that.
Keeping that to one hand, if you look at the this summary comparison table that the council have introduced, have you got that, Mr. Cook?
I'm just finding it. Yes, I have that.
So in terms of landscape effects on that table, it's seen that it's divided up into 3 brackets, and there seems to be common ground that that's an appropriate way to look at it, where we've looked at landscape elements.
Well, you'd look at the site in isolation, you'd look at the site as a receptor, which is what I've done. Mr. Churchill has set out in this table then the second category, which is site and surroundings, which is my point where he's drawn in the adjacent areas based on that visual envelope that we were talking about.
Yeah, but in terms of what the landscape effects is, the first bracket that's looked at is landscape elements.
Landscape elements,
and you'll recall that Mr. Churchill agreed that it was appropriate to divide up landscape elements with landscape character, as you've done.
Yes.
And you say it's net beneficial. He describes it as being high adverse in the table. You'll recall the exchange that we had yesterday where we broke down the various landscape elements of the site. On hedges, in his words, it was a winner for the site.
He did agree with agree with me on that. There was common ground between us that there would be a net gain in terms of hedgerow resource across the site. And when you look at the master plan, so it's I'm referring to the landscape master plan at my Appendix 2 for reference. You can see that there are a significant amount of new hedgerows that are proposed, and there would be an overall net gain, as I've set out in my proof.
And similarly in respect to trees.
Yes.
But I think there was a point where Mr. Churchill said, but ultimately you are still losing the fields. Can you speak to that and the relevance of that in having regard to the master plan, bearing in mind it's still illustrative?
Yes. So the land is currently subdivided into a series of fields, 3. And when I'm looking at the landscape master plan, say my Appendix 2, sir, clearly it shows it seeks to accommodate a residential neighbourhood of 62 dwellings. But what it also shows is a significant area of green infrastructure that is proposed to provide a framework to the residential area. And that's comprised of a series of open spaces that are shown on the plan. And those open spaces are punctuated with areas of planting, trees, shrubs, and areas of grassland. So actually, whilst it would become a residential neighbourhood and there would be the loss of those open fields, there would be a significant amount of green space that would still form part of the proposal, much of which would be grassland, and can be managed, suitably managed for ecological enhancement. So just in terms of the grass sward, which is on the site at the moment, so that's semi-improved. But whilst there would be a reduction in the grass sward, clearly the reduced areas of new grassland would be of a floristically more interesting from a visual amenity point of view, and also from an ecological habitat point of view. The landscaping, I would maintain, sir, is quite substantial for the scale of the scheme. And I think that that's sort of reflected by the fact that in terms of the ecological evidence that's before you, my understanding is that the biodiversity net gain is in the order of about 44%, which is really quite considerable, and that can only be achieved through a lot of green infrastructure.
Well, having regard for that green infrastructure, bearing in mind we agree there's an improvement on hedges, we agree there's an improvement on trees. At the moment there isn't any disagreement on biodiversity net gain. We'll see, put a pin in that. To what extent is it credible that there's still going to be a high adverse effect on these landscape elements?
I don't believe that there would be, because there would be net gain in terms of tree resource, hedgerow resource. The topography doesn't materially change. The scheme would retain the existing 2 public rights of way across the site and include new areas of open space which would provide new recreational areas for the local community to use. And you're introducing a series of water features, ponds and swales, in terms of the blue infrastructure and sustainable drainage, such that when you look at all of that, even with the loss of the oval grassland, there would be a reduced area of grassland of higher quality. I consider that there would be an overall beneficial effect. In terms of Mr. Etchell's evidence, he concludes that would, despite all of that green infrastructure that's proposed as mitigation, there would still be a high adverse effect on those landscape elements.
Just while we're looking at the master plan, anything you want to say about veteran trees and the incorporation of green infrastructure with veteran trees?
So
it's common ground that the root protection areas, I'm talking about as a local landscape feature.
Yes, there are 2 principal mature standard trees which stand as standards, isolated trees in the site, sir. There's a sycamore and an oak, and you can see those on the master plan, and the scheme has been carefully designed to accommodate those. They're set within a generous area of open space to accommodate them, to ensure that both in terms of the canopy and the root plate would be protected and allow for future growth. But also, there's the opportunity to make a feature of those in terms of being a real punctuation landmark feature within the areas of open space for people to enjoy from an amenity point of view as well. So it's seizing on the opportunity to have those as a real feature within the design.
Thank you.
So they're successfully accommodated as far as I'm concerned.
Can you just turn up your proof, please? And we're going to page 4, internal.
Did you say 4?
Yes, please.
Yes, I have that.
At paragraph 2.16,
Yes.
you quote from Glivia and how it has regards to landscape effects.
Yes.
And it notes there that landscape effects should be categorised as positive or negative, and it's equally possible for them to be neutral, that ultimately it's professional judgment which determines that. But the bit that you've underlined is the degree to which the proposal fits with existing character.
Yes.
Well, necessarily, what is the existing character that you say that one experiences on site?
So, when you're on site and in the vicinity of the site, what you appreciate, sir, is the settlement of Churchill, and that is, in the main, comprised of a whole variety of residential properties, curtilages, which are in the main 2 stories in height. There is also the school complex nearby, to the west of Church Lane. But the overriding character is of a residential environment associated with the settlement of Churchill. So that's the existing character. Then what you have to consider is the type of development that is being proposed as it would relate to that existing character. Hence, I've underlined that line. And in this instance, what is proposed is two-storey residential development, which, in my view, is four-square, wholly in character with the general character of residential development in the settlement.
That being the case, I mean, if what was being proposed was, for example, a retail park or a big shed, to what extent would you say, well, they would fit with the existing character as opposed to residential development?
So clearly they wouldn't, because the existing character is residential. If you were proposing something like B8 sheds or a retail park, clearly that would be completely out of character with what is in the locality, and I would consider that such a proposal in terms of the effect upon character would be adverse, as well as visual amenity, because it would be out of character with the character of the locality.
Thank you. You'll recall that Mr. Churchill described that in terms of some of the distant views of the site.
Yes.
Particularly from the A and B, ultimately what you're seeing is an incremental change,
Yes.
to use his language, because you're seeing rooftops in the context of an existing settlement.
He said that you'd see a few extra rooftops in the context of the settlement, which is effectively an area of rooftops as seen from the high ground, and that the change, sorry, I'm going to sneeze, sorry, the change would be incremental was the word that he would use. Now, what I would note from that, sir, is that incremental means effectively, say, marginal change, but that doesn't mean a change there was no reference to change of character. If it were something such as say a B8 warehouse or something like that, then I can't imagine that Mr. Churchill would have used that terminology. But the fact that he used the term marginal change, which suggests it's slight change, and he referred to rooftops and then back to the existing character, the bit I've underlined, which is the existing character is the roofscapes and the residential properties you can see of Churchill. So it's consistent and in keeping with the character as you perceive the settlement from the A and B.
Thank you. Let's talk about the A and B.
Sorry, just a final point.
Sorry.
So just in terms of that spectrum to which I refer, if you turn at Mr. Churchill's appendices, just by way of reference, just need to if you turn to internal page 46 and 47, this reiterates the point that I've just made, that here you can see a significance criteria, and you've got a spectrum of significance going from no effect to insignificant, through slight adverse through to major adverse. That's one end of the spectrum. And then over the page you can go from slight beneficial through the spectrum on the other side to major beneficial. So there is the spectrum there, and what I would note, sir, is that those two lines in terms of no effect, insignificant, which are greyed in a shade of grey, I would regard those as being neutral. So that reflects the spectrum between you can have adverse effects, beneficial effects, and you can have neutral effects in the middle, where there is neither adverse or beneficial. It's effectively more of the same in terms of the nature of effect is, or the character is the same. So I thought that might be useful just to point that out, sir.
Thank you. Let's talk about the A and B.
Yes.
There's a distinction between views out of the A and B and views towards the A and B.
There is, yes.
Views out of the A and B, you heard Mr. Churchill say that he regarded those, the impact to be negligible.
Yes. Yes, he used the term synonymously with insignificant.
help the
I would
inspector.
agree with that.
So in terms of the significance of that, is that something that the inspector takes as an adverse effect against the development proposal, or is it immaterial and doesn't engage the protection towards the AONB?
My understanding is that when you're into the realms of negligible effects, I consider that is effectively no harm. Negligible effect, and as Mr. Etchell's referred to, that marginal change, I think you're into the territory of neutral change at negligible level, and where you're into a neutral nature of effect, no harm flows from that.
Thank you. In terms of views towards the AONB,
Yes.
you'll recall the exchange about what level of protection do you give views from outside the AONB towards it,
Yes.
and we got the reference to the planning practice guidance.
The PPG, yes, I have that.
Have you got that?
I've got that in front of me.
And it tells us that within the settings of these areas, you therefore will need, this is the last sentence, you'll therefore need sensitive handling that takes these potential impacts into account.
Yes.
Firstly, to what extent, if at all, do you say that the protection afforded to views of the AONB is comparable to views out of the AONB?
I don't believe that they're comparable in terms of being of the same significance and weight to be attached to them in terms of views in and out. Views in towards an AONB would be of a lower level of significance, and that's consistent with the Stroud judgment that you referred to yesterday.
It said you take those potential impacts into account.
You take them into account, though.
To what extent do you say that you've taken them into account?
The proposal does take those views into account and the viewing context from Windmill Hill. The scheme has been carefully designed and considered. And what I would note, sir, is that from the upper and mid slope of the south side of Windmill Hill, as you look from that elevated ground towards the AONB to the south, you look over the site and the wider settlement, and the legibility of the wooded escarpment remains and would remain in place with the proposed scheme in place. So it's been carefully taken into account.
And when you've reached the conclusion that there is a minor to moderate harm in terms of visual impact, to what extent did you factor that view towards the AONB?
That's taking those views into account, looking at it in the round, yes.
Thank you. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the experience of someone going across Windmill Hill.
Yes.
Which is one of the main views that has been identified as being sensitive by the local
And
planning.
this is on the footpath immediately to the north of the site.
Correct, as you're walking down towards the site along the public right-of-way.
Because what I would say is from all other points on Windmill Hill, you wouldn't be capable of perceiving to be able to view the proposed developments from other public rights-of-way across that high ground. So,
Yeah.
So it's just the one footpath we're talking about.
And it was agreed, as I understood it with Mr. Etchell, that you go over, and because of the nature of the plateau of that hill, you go over and your experience is initially of seeing Churchill, not seeing the site, because
Yes,
the site is sort of screened by the hill itself.
As you're walking southbound, sir, it's quite a plateau on the top of that ridge, and so the first thing that you appreciate as you're coming over that ridge walking southbound is actually the plateau. So you see the first viewing experience is the plateau and the far AONB wooded escarpment. That's your first viewing experience. So you don't see Churchill to start with. It's the plateau in the foreground and then the wooded backdrop of the AONB. And then as you come off the plateau and you start to descend, what comes into view is the valley. So you can still see the wooded escarpment as the backdrop. The valley comes into view and Churchill as a whole comes into view. And that's where you see residential areas to the east of the site and the school complex to the west.
That experience of Windmill Hill, it's obviously a transient route.
It is.
But it's, in terms of an experience that you can walk from the top of Windmill Hill down towards the site in well, seconds or a minute. What's
It's
the significance of that?
So it's a very short section of the route. When you're coming over the plateau of the ridge and starting to descend, you're aware that you're coming into the settlement of Churchill, sir, and you're only probably about a minute descending down that slope. It's a very short section of public footpath before you arrive at the base of it, and then you're into the field and in the valley bottom.
Thank you.
You're into the site, so it's a very short section. That would be visually affected.
Mr. Etchell, in his assessment of visual effects, he has regard for a number of views from properties.
Yes.
From looking at upper floor windows. But ultimately, he acknowledged that there is no harm to residential amenity, and that, I think, in his words, the experience of anyone living in those properties is not compromised.
That's what he said as I understood it, and that's my understanding, that those properties would not be materially harmed in terms of their visual amenity as an attractive place in which to live, and that's common ground with the council insofar as the reason for refusal does not specifically cite residential visual amenity as an issue.
Where there are views from a property where ultimately it doesn't compromise the residential amenity, losing those views, and that they are private views, what's the significance of that sort of view as a receptor?
Those properties are private properties. They are a visual receptor. They have a view out, but it's a private view. And as we all know, those individual properties, whilst they may have views, they don't have a right to those views in terms of any change going forward in the future. But the scheme has been, again, carefully designed such that the buildings, the proposed dwellings are set into the site to respect and protect the residential amenity of those existing residential properties. So there would be no material harm to them. There would be no breach in terms of public interest test and the lavender test. Hence, I believe it's common ground with the council that there is no residential visual amenity issue there.
Thank you. Much is made by the council of the fact that this is an open land. It's a greenfield site that housing's going to go onto it.
It is a greenfield site, yes.
And it's currently open, and it will not be open once you put housing on there. To what extent is that a considerable matter that weighs against a development proposal of this nature? Or to what extent is that a matter which would be of a generic complaint about the development of a greenfield site?
I think that would be a point that you could level at any greenfield site for residential development. That would apply, unless the openness of that field, which was either arable or pastoral, in either scenario, farming practice, in either scenario, it would still have an open aspect. The only scenario I can foresee where you wouldn't have an open aspect in the first instance would be, say, if it were completely wooded, and then it wouldn't be a field. So I think you're going to find that same point would be applicable to any greenfield location.
And to what extent, when you're talking about the development of putting housing on a greenfield site, to what extent is it commonplace, in your experience, that you're going to have localised adverse impacts?
I think almost without exception, if you're looking at a residential scheme of this scale and nature, you're going to have some localised effects, almost inevitably. But what's particularly notable about this scheme is that the effects, the physical effects, are limited in terms of physical change, are limited to the site, because no off-site works are required to enable the scheme to come forward, and that the visual envelope, as is identified the council, is very restricted. And I think that actually that's overly generous, and it's actually tighter than that. And the inspector will form a view on site when he undertakes his site visit with regard to that point. So it's very, very limited indeed, which in that regard is quite unusual for a development of this nature, 62 units, to have such a tight visual envelope. Just back to the point about openness, sir, and the site. What I would note is that, yes, there is an appreciation to walk across the site at the moment, but it's not the intention that the whole site is going to be wall-to-wall houses. It's 62 dwellings in a very generous area of open spaces. I refer to them as a pocket park, sir, in the southwestern corner. And I refer to another pocket park in the northwestern corner, close to the church. The one in the southwest corner is close to the junction and the school entrances. Those would provide new open opportunities for people to enjoy the site on a recreational basis that would come along with that have a sense of openness with those areas. And there would be a sense of openness associated with those landscape corridors as well. But I appreciate that is reduced and it's within the context of a new residential neighbourhood. But it would be wrong to imagine that there are no components of open space associated with the proposed scheme.
Thank you. Just in terms of the experience of the public rights of way, and for the avoidance of doubt, we've got to have regard for the existing formal public rights of way.
Yes, I regard that as the baseline, sir. There's, you touched on that this morning, sir, in terms of your site visit, but I regard those two public rights of way cutting across the site as the baseline. I've taken those into account.
Can you just talk a little bit about the experience of those public rights of way, how they would be affected, and what, if anything, the inspection should have regard for?
So I suppose the points I would note, sir, is that if you take either route, you're walking across what I would describe as horticulture. It's several fields that are clearly characterised by horse culture, and that's all the various sorts of paraphernalia that you would expect with fences, ticker tape, there's the menage, the stabling, water butts, all of those elements, and you'll get the sense of that when you go across the site. What I would note is that with those two diagonal routes retained across the site, the path would be retained in its physical form, sir, along the current alignments. There would be no physical diversion of those routes, but they would be set within, partly within a residential neighbourhood context. That would change, but equally they would then break out into areas where they pass through open spaces, and of course those open spaces people would be free to divert off those paths and take other recreational informal routes through the site, which aren't currently available, because obviously to step off those public rights of way would be trespass. So your recreational opportunity is really limited to those routes. So those routes would afford new opportunities to break out to other areas of space. The point about views, sir, there was reference in the evidence yesterday about views from the site, within the site, on those routes, and say looking back towards the A1B. So what I would note is that if you're in the southern part of the site, those views are restricted by adjacent mature trees and existing residential properties, and you have to be towards more the centre of the site to start to appreciate those more southward views. But in terms of information that's been documented prior to this inquiry by other parties other than the council and the appellant in terms of their evidence. So if I could refer you back to the parish sensitivity plan study, and back to that figure 9, which showed the views. What that plan does show is a small arrow which sits within the site, and it's not an arrow south towards the A1B, sir, but it is an arrow westward towards the church. So actually, in terms of the local study and any reference to views, it's a view westward towards the church, which is noted, rather than towards the A1B. The point I would note about that, sir, is that there's the retained footpath, diagonal footpath going from the southeast to the northwest corner towards the church, which is retained to allow a viewing corridor towards the church. And also there is that pocket park in the northwestern corner, facilitating greater opportunities to appreciate the church in the site looking west towards the church, as well as a landscape corridor running along the northern boundary of the site, where currently the footpath is directed to. And again, that would be open for members of the public to walk along with views towards the church again. But no documentation of key views within the site towards the A&B. But it is there, but then that is commonality with most fields around Churchill, with some aspect and view towards the A&B, because it's a wooded escarpment, forming elevated high ground.
Thank you very much. I've got no further questions. Is there anything else you'd like to bring to the Inspector's attention?
No, I think those are the main points, sir. I think.
If you wait there, then.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cook. I've got some questions, but I'm going to wait until after the cross-examination. Well, I may not have them after that, but...
Okay.
I think good time to take a short comfort break so you can catch your breath.
Thank you, sir.
So just before 20 to 11, we'll take a short break and we'll adjourn till 5 to 11. 11, the inquiry is resumed. We'll pick up where we left up with the appellant's landscape and visual evidence. Mr. Leader, you may now cross-examine the witness, please.
Sir, may I just check the public at the back can hear, because the sound technician was saying they couldn't hear. Is this?
Can you hear me okay?
Is it? Oh, you can hear me now. Sorry. Good. Fine.
The witness problem is much less now. So I think the difficulty, I think, was the directional character of the titles, where it's easy to find people wandering away from
Okay. If you can't hear at any point during proceedings, just interrupt and we'll rectify it. Don't sit there not being able to hear. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Right, it's still good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Now, if I could ask you please to turn to page 13 of your evidence. I just want to understand the way in which you view Churchill.
Yes.
As a sort of preamble to getting into the meat of your evidence. Now, at 3.38, you say, I consider that the proposed residential neighbourhoods forming a mix of house types, together with the arrangement of residential roads and green infrastructure, would be in keeping with the general character of Churchill settlement. And at 3.38, you say, in essence, it would reflect the local sense of place associated with Churchill. And that's a theme that I could pick up in other places. You say something very similar at page 5, paragraph 218. If we just go to page 5, paragraph 218.
Yes.
You say, and I'm looking at the fourth line, the proposed scheme, I regard, is consistent with the general character of housing associated with Churchill. Now, and then if we look, it's about 8 lines from the bottom, you talk about the scheme having neutral effects, and then you say, this is because whilst there would be change to the character of the site, it would change to one that is consistent with the immediate locality in terms of the settlement. Now, what I'm interested to understand is this. When you're talking about the scheme being consistent with the general character of housing associated with Churchill, are you talking about the whole of Churchill as defined by the site allocations plan and as known to local people? Or are you talking about something else? If you have a copy of the plan that was handed in this morning, do you have a copy of it?
No, I don't have a copy of that.
Well, then let me ask for one to be passed up to you. I've got a spare. So I wonder if Mr. Etchells would mind doing the passing out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, what I'm interested to understand is when you're talking about Churchill,
Yes.
what are you talking about? Because you've taken to the Wardle Armstrong sensitivity study. You are aware of the fact that Churchill comprises 3 separate nuclei. And we've got the one on the west, the one to the north, and the one to the south. Now, when you're talking about Churchill,
Yes.
in the evidence that I've taken you to, what are you talking about? Are you talking about all of it or a bit of it?
I'm primarily talking about the westernmost area, which is contiguous to the site. So you've got those 3 areas, sir, that I was referring to earlier. So it's the westernmost enclave of residential neighbourhoods,
Yes.
which straddles Front Street.
Yes. So when you're talking about, as I go back to page 5, this is just so I can put questions to you later in a fair way. The proposed scheme I regard as consistent with the general character of housing associated with Churchill.
Yes.
When you say that, are you talking about the housing we find in the western area that you've just pointed to? Is that what you're saying? It's consistent with the housing in that part of Churchill. Is that what you intend to say?
Along with the other two outliers.
Ah, yes, I thought you might mean that. So let's be clear about this. The other two outliers being that to the north and south I took you to a moment ago.
Yes.
Right.
But as I say, with particular emphasis reference to the western one.
Well, I'm going to pin you down on this if you
Yes.
don't mind.
Yes, that's
because
fine.
you're not seriously suggesting, are you, that the character or even the general character of housing in each of those three areas is remotely the same. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I think there's a lot of commonality.
Do you?
Yes.
Really? Have you been there?
Yes.
Well, the inspector will go. Can I put this to you quite simply? If one looks at the western area 3,
Yes.
that is focused along an east-west axis for the main part, which is Front Street.
Yes, with Dinghurst to the south.
Yeah, quite.
Yes.
But if one is walking through or driving through that part of Churchill, what is immediately apparent is that for the most part you have, first of all, linear development along an east-west axis. Tightly packed, that's right, isn't it?
There is development flanking either side of the road, but there is in-depth development behind that to quite a significant degree, both to the north and to the south of Front Street.
Well, we'll come to that in just a moment if you don't mind.
So it's-
but if we're going along Front Street, travelling,
Yes.
let's say, from the northwest to southeast, what you have, first of all, is a large number of historic properties. That's right, isn't it?
There are a number of older properties. I couldn't comment on their status in terms of history, but there are a number of older properties, as you'd expect,
Yeah.
flanking Front Street.
Quite so.
And behind those, and in and amongst those, there is development at depth. So immediately to the north of Front Street, you've got a cul-de-sac going due north, which is referred to as Orchard Walk.
Yeah.
And then on the south side, coming off Front Street, you've got development at depth again, with another cul-de-sac development coming off there, referred to as the Drive.
Yes. Now we've got that out of the way, let's just get back to the question I put to you. As you're travelling northwest to southeast, your overriding impression would be, and just tell me which of these propositions you disagree with when
Yes.
I've given you them, would you? It takes less time that way. A diverse range of house types, ages, materials, styles, tightly packed, frontage development to the street, mainly bounded by walls or a wall, and the overriding impression is one of a small historic settlement. What of those elements do you disagree with?
I think that what you described there, I would go along with most of those points, but the key thing that you have significantly omitted to refer to is the development, the more modern development, which is in and amongst that, and modern development at depth behind the frontage.
Fair enough, let's deal with that now. If we take the Orchard or the Drive,
Yes.
and we're talking about development in depth, a couple of points I'd like to put to you. First of all, they are each cul-de-sac developments that represent infill, probably in the 70s. I haven't checked, but they look about that age.
Yes, I agree with that. They're modern by comparative standards, aren't
Yeah,
they?
that's right. Secondly, if one asks the question, as you go along Front Street, to what extent is that development in depth visible? The inspector will form his own view, but I'd like to put to you the proposition, not very, because they are cul-de-sacs. You see the beginning, but not the end, because each turns to some extent.
I would beg to differ. the inspector can take a view when he walks around Churchill, but there is a clear sense of depth associated with the settlement, along with the frontage development along Front Street.
I've put the point to you, you've differed, that's fine. Now, good. Now compare and contrast, if you would, what we've just agreed with what we see in areas 1 and 2, because the inspector again will go and see for himself. But can I suggest this to you? That if one asks the question, is there a very distinctive difference between the appearance of the residential areas in areas 1 and 2 compared with 3, the answer is they are entirely different, aren't they, in appearance?
No, I think there's a lot of commonality. If the bottom right, or the southernmost one, is number 2, that is primarily frontage development, and there is no real sense of depth development associated with that part of the settlement. But if you look at the larger area to the northeast, that's got, again, a strong sense of frontage development, but with depth development clearly evident as well.
Well, then let me put you...
Probably more significantly than in terms of the first one we're looking at to the west.
Let me put it to you this way, and then the inspector can form a view and decide whose evidence he accepts, or whose position he accepts, I should say. If one looks at areas 1 and 2, they are each different from area 3 in one important respect. If you ask the question, do they comprise essentially tightly packed assemblage of historic buildings of varied styles, tight grain? The answer is no. They are essentially modern buildings, probably on the whole 20th century, rather uniform in appearance, and that is why, of course, they've been excluded from the conservation area, and the conservation area has been confined to land around Front Street. Now, are you going to seriously disagree with that or not?
No, I would agree with that in broad terms, but as I say, when you look at Churchill as a whole, it's got a mix of modern development around closes and drives and cul-de-sacs, in and amongst the frontage developments, whether it's modern or old. And that's the general morphology of the settlement, accepting it's disaggregated into three limbs.
And then if we go back to the western nucleus...
Number 3, yes.
Yeah. The drive and orchard.
Walk. Yes, Orchard Walk.
Yeah. We can agree this, can't we? Infill development that directly abuts Front Street?
I wouldn't say... I mean, they are infill, and they are led off by access roads off Front Street. So in that regard, they're consistent with what we're proposing with regard to the scheme on the site.
Well, we'll come to that. But small scale, I think around about 20 units each.
Well, the areas vary between the 3 components of Churchill, don't they? So these are slightly smaller developments, the ones in area number 1.
I'm not talking about area number 1, I'm talking about area number 3.
Yes.
I don't want to get confused. If we are looking at Orchard Walk and the Drive, small scale, around about 20 units.
I couldn't be sure of the numbers, but they involve a smaller area of land marginally, but not much materially different.
Good. And if one asks the question, were the sites that were built out in each case contained within the built-up frontage of Front Street, Area 3? The answer is yes, they were so contained. Correct?
They're set off Front Street in the same way as this proposal.
No. Let's be clear about this. Orchard Walk and the Drive were bounded on both sides by existing built development, weren't they?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Orchard Walk and the drive
Yes.
were bounded in each case by existing built development, weren't they?
I'm not sure to what degree they were bounded because I haven't forensically analysed that. But what I would say is that there was clearly development within which they were proposed at the time in terms of development framework, and that's the case with the site here. You've got frontage development on the opposite side of the site, on the south side of Front Street, framing the southern part of the site. Indeed, there's some properties on the north side of Front Street, but also you've got the school campus on the western side of Church Lane as well, framing the site.
The appeal site lies entirely outside the settlement boundary of Churchill, doesn't it?
I would say it does lie outside the settlement boundary, but it sits within the settlement framework, and by that I mean you've got the school campus, sixth form college, and then residential units associated with Church Lane, and that forms part of the settlement, in my view.
Yeah.
And then when you look at the development flanking either side of Front Street, the site sits within a framework of the settlement, albeit it's a disaggregated framework, and it's not in the settlement, but it sits within the framework of the settlement.
Okay, and just show me in your...
It's almost verging on being effectively infill between the outlying element of the school campus and the rest of Area 3 to the east.
So when I make a note of your evidence, I can say, I can record you as saying that the appeal site represents infill development. Is that what you want me to write down and make submissions on?
So what I would say is that it would link the school in a more clear way to the rest of the settlement to the east, which flanks either side of Front Street.
Yes,
it would create a stronger connection between the school, which forms an outline to the settlement to the west, and the Area 3 to the east.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What you would do is you would extend development beyond the existing development boundary, and you would connect up the old village of Churchill, Area 3, with the school, and you would also connect up the old Area 3 with the church. That would be the effect of this development, wouldn't it?
Yes, in broad terms.
Good. Now we've agreed that, which is helpful, and we'll come back to that. Let us just, if we could for a moment, agree this, that good design requires an appreciation of place, doesn't it?
Yes, context.
Quite context. And
Yes.
we could go to the National Design Guide, but I don't want to take up time unless we need to. But the point is this, that in your role as a member of the design team, you would want to ensure, wouldn't you, that the landscape impact of your scheme would be consistent with good design principles.
Yes.
So that identity and sense of place and distinctiveness are all going to be important considerations, aren't they?
They are, yes.
So anything that is done which would tend to dilute a place's identity, reduce the sense of place or reduce its distinctiveness, would be, frankly, contrary to the principles of good design, wouldn't it?
You clearly need to take good design into account, and as part of good design you would look at the context, you look at the local character of the area, in terms of the settlement form, morphology, types of houses, etc.
Yeah.
And as you said, there is quite a wide range of residential dwellings, even in Area 3, from very old properties to modern development, modern properties, and some of the cul-de-sacs that we referred to earlier.
Actually, I didn't say that. You've just said that, and that's fine. We noted there was some 70s development. We've talked about that.
Yes, there's a range, isn't there?
There's a preponderance, I think I put to you, of older properties. I'm not going to rehearse the evidence we've already addressed. The inspector's got a note. Now, let's go back to my question, because a scheme which tends to dilute identity, sense of place and distinctiveness would be, wouldn't it, contrary to the principles of good design that we see in the National Design Guide?
I think it's important that clearly the context is taken into account, and that good design reflects the local built form, and that's going to reinforce the sense of place. And as I understand it, as this is an outline scheme, and therefore there's a degree to which we can ascribe certainty to this in terms of being illustrative, these matters could be addressed through and controlled through the reserved matters stage to ensure that the council is certain that these particular points with regard to quality of design and emphasising and reassuring, or to establish sense of place, could be suitably secured.
Would you mind just answering the question? Isn't it a straightforward yes? If one tends to dilute identity, sense of place and distinctiveness, that would be contrary to the principles of good design, wouldn't it? It's a simple yes or no.
Yes.
Good. Now, in that case, before we look at settlement morphology in respect of Area 3, could I just ask you please to identify that part of your evidence where you carry out a detailed assessment of the site and its immediate environs? I just want to make sure that when I ask you questions, I do so fairly. I was struggling to identify your detailed assessment of the site and its immediate environs, but if you would like to take me to the part that you rely upon, then we can develop the questions from there.
Yes, so I've looked at the design and
Take me to the part of your proof, please. I think it's on page 23, 526, 527, 528. There are one or two other paragraphs. We've got page 5219. We've been there already. What I'm keen to do, you see, is understand the extent to which your evidence is based upon reasons that I can read and analyse. The reason for that, of course, being, Glivia says, doesn't it, that where you have a judgment call to make, where experts are involved, one should see transparently set out the reasoning and analysis that one is to rely upon in weighing up those judgments. So, take me to the part of your evidence, please, where I can read about your analysis.
Yes, so in terms of preparing my proof of evidence, I've taken into account a number of application documents, including the design and access statement, and that's referenced in 2.7. And
Hang on, let's just take our time. 2.7. Oh, yeah, you've given me a list of documents. I've got that. I'm asking for your analysis, please.
Yes, so what I was going to say was it forms one of my technical appendices, and I've referred to that document. I haven't repeated all those other documents, because clearly the proof would be considerably longer. But what I've done is I've taken analysis, looked at that document and taken that into account in preparing those paragraphs to which you refer. I've also looked at the three areas of Churchill and looked at those on the ground in terms of writing my proof of evidence.
I'm sure you have, but what I'm looking for is your evidence. Please go to page 23.
Yes, I have that.
Author's assessment of landscape character.
Yes.
Is that it? But you see, what you've done is you've prepared a list of documents. You say you've taken them into account. What I need to be able to do, you see, is identify those parts of each document that you rely upon, because, of course, they form the basis of your expert opinion. And then what I need to do is see your mind applied to various principles that arise from those documents so I can see your conclusions. And all I'm trying to do, so I ask my subsequent questions fairly, is this. Identify that part of your evidence which comprises analysis, so I can then ask questions about it, which
Yes.
probe, test, whatever.
As I said, I've taken the design and access statement information along with the other information that form part of the application. I've taken that into account in writing my proof of evidence, the paragraphs to which you refer.
Well then, help me with this. 5.26, which comes before your author's assessment of character.
526, yeah?
Yeah. Mindful of the strong edge of settlement character of the site itself, final sentence. 5.26,
Oh, yes, I have
page
that.
23.
Yes.
Mindful of the strong edge of settlement character of the site itself, I consider the site to be of low susceptibility, value and sensitivity. Right?
Yes.
Now that's the site we're talking about, isn't it?
That's right.
So where do I see your analysis of the site's susceptibility, value and sensitivity? The sites.
That's my summary of my analysis with regard to that.
Yeah,
and
where
that's
is your
based,
analysis?
That's based on the methodology that's set out in my appendices.
Yeah. Where's your analysis?
It's based...
Can I put it to you like this, bluntly?
Yes.
Mr. Cook, when I look for any kind of analysis of site sensitivity, value and susceptibility, I see your bold assertion, but what I don't see is any analysis of the site itself. You look at the LCT, you look at the LCA, but what you don't do is look at the site.
So like Mr. Etchells, I've done the same exercise. Mr. Etchells has provided a methodology at the back of his proof. I've done the same, so if you turn up Appendix 18,
Yes.
you'll see that there is the methodology set out there.
There is.
In terms of looking at value, susceptibility, sensitivity, and I've taken those factors into account in coming to a view in terms of how I regard the site in terms of sensitivity, value and susceptibility.
Sure. But if I were to take you to Mr. Etchells' evidence, what I could do, you see, and my learned friend took him to this as well, is I could take you to sections of his proof which analyse the susceptibility of the site, the value of the site, and its sensitivity. I could show you the parts of his proof which do that because they're separate sections. And you see, I've got to make submissions on whose evidence should be relied upon. And so what I wanted to do in fairness, before I get on with my detailed questions, is ask you to show me where you carry out any systematic analysis of the site's susceptibility, value and sensitivity. Because if you do that, you see, I can address my questions to those points in detail. But I don't think you've done it, Mr. Cook.
So as I say, I've referred to, in terms of my analysis, sir, it relies upon the methodology which is set out in my Appendix 18, and those are the parameters and factors that I've taken into account, as has Mr. Etchell.
Well, I've given you your chance to show me you can't.
If I could just finish,
Please do.
just finish my answer. And
Yeah.
the difference between myself and Mr. Etchell is that Mr. Etchell, in terms of looking at susceptibility, value and sensitivity, has extended his analysis to include the surrounding areas of the conservation area, Windmill Hill and the school campus in terms of looking at the site. So all of this, the area that's been considered has been blended with the site, so there isn't an analysis that looks at the site per se in terms of Mr. Etchell's evidence, because he looks at the adjacent areas as well, where I've looked at the site as the site itself as a receptor, not looked at the surrounding area in terms of its sensitivity and blended that with the site.
I'm going to record this unless you show me otherwise. I'm going to record that when repeatedly invited to identify that part of his evidence which comprises a systematic analysis of susceptibility, value and sensitivity, Mr. Cook referred Mr. Leader to his general methodology but would not show him the parts of his evidence which recorded that systematic analysis. Now, final chance, I want to move on. Would you like to show me those parts of evidence which deal with that, or shall I record the answer I've just set out, which somebody is noting for me?
The methodology is set out in my appendix, and I've relied upon that in terms of drawing my conclusions in my proof.
Thank you. Let's move on. My learned friend took you actually, didn't take Mr. Eccles, to Mr. Eccles's LVIA. I beg your pardon, ZVI, Zone of Visual Influence.
ZTV, yes.
Well, did you say ZTV? It isn't a ZTV, is it? What Mr. Eccles does is he looks at what you can actually, what he thinks you'll be able to see when development has been completed. That's right, isn't it?
Which in my evidence in chief, I explained that actually that's significantly over-exaggerated compared to what would actually be the case.
Well, can I just clarify this point with you? Because the inspector form is owned you. But I just want to understand your position on it.
Yes. Do I need to turn up figure 3?
Yes, please, would you mind?
Yeah, just bear with me.
Now, if we look at figure 3, and we look at the key,
Yes, I have that.
approximate extent. Do you see the word approximate?
Yes.
What we have there is an approximation of the visual envelope that Mr. Eccles anticipates will be obtained of the development on the appeal site after development's been carried out, yes?
But there's no evidence to substantiate that in his proof.
Well, I think you'll find if you read his proof there probably is, but that's for submission. Could I ask you this question? Where do I see your assessment? Because as I understand the thrust of your evidence, it was that Mr. Eccles rather over-eggs the pudding. Is that fair?
Yes, it does over-exaggerate the visual envelope that would be associated with the proposal.
All right. Now,
As I
just show
explained
me your
in-
equivalent diagram, will you? Where do you analyse the zone of visual influence? Where do I find it in your evidence, Mr. Cook, since we can't agree on Mr. Eccles? I'd just like to look at yours, please.
Yes, so my analysis, sir, is set out in chapter 7, where I look at the visual context of the visual effects that would flow from the
Which page
scheme.
are we on?
So this is page 30.
Page 30. I did ask for a plan, but I'll go back to it. Anyway, page 30.
So where I deal with how the scheme would be viewed from the surrounding area, sir.
Yeah.
So page 30, top of page 30 is paragraph 7.8. I address views from the north, how the scheme would be perceived in terms of views from the south, from the east and from the west in terms of cardinal points of the compass.
You do.
So that's the visual analysis.
You do. You provide a description of
A
views
narrative.
from north, south, east and west. Now,
Yes. And that's predicated on the viewpoints that were submitted as part of the LVIA. My summary of the viewpoint analysis is set out in my appendix 19.
Yes.
So it's
well,
predicated on that.
Indeed so now. So we have Mr. Eccles sets out his views. They're supported by his figure 3. There is, isn't there, your appendix 8, a screen zone of theoretical visibility.
Yes.
You don't actually identify that document in your proof, you put it in the appendix. That's correct,
Yes,
isn't it?
yes, because I'm
So-
aware of it. Yes.
You're good. If we were to look at that, one thing I think we can both agree on is this.
Can I just turn it up?
Please do. As a matter of pure fact, both you and Mr. Eccles have produced ZTVs, ZVIs, whatever you want to call them. I know there's a difference. But the one that you have produced in your evidence, which you don't write about in your proof, is somewhat more, how can I put it, exaggerated in its impression of the visibility of the appeal site than that
Sorry,
produced by
just
Mr. Eccles.
for clarity, Richard, appendix.
It's Appendix 8, sir. Yeah. It should. Oh, I beg your pardon. Appendix 7. I do beg your pardon.
Appendix 7?
No, it's all right. It's me. My note was inaccurate. I'm so sorry. So it's the yellow area, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, so
Yeah.
again, to be treated with some caution,
Yeah,
as ZTV should be, because it's a zone of theoretical visibility. And what I've done is use this as a starting point, along with the viewpoints that were in the LVIA, looked at those viewpoints, summarised my visual analysis, and then summarised that in those paragraphs that I referred to in terms of views from the cardinal points of the compass.
Yeah, but I can note, can't I?
And,
that so far as
and
what
that's, sorry, just to finish.
Carry on.
And that's consistent with what is recommended at Glivia to focus more on the narrative with, if you are using schedules and tables, to treat them carefully, but that narrative should form part of the analysis.
Yeah. Well, okay. I just wanted to compare your assessment in terms of trying to reproduce a zone of theoretical or actual visibility.
I couldn't.
With that prepared by Mr. Eschels, and I've done that. I think I'm right in saying, aren't I, that nowhere in your evidence do you actually refer to what's in Appendix 7.
I've referred to, not specifically, but they are all my technical appendices which form an integral part of my proofs, which I've used and referred to.
The point being that if I'm to analyse your evidence, I need to be able to do so.
It
by
forms a
understanding
technical,
reasons.
it forms a technical appendix.
It does.
And simply because I haven't made a specific reference, doesn't mean I've not referred to it. Clearly I have, because it forms an integral part of my appendices.
The point is, Mr. Cook, that if a reader is to understand your evidence, if you put documents in appendices and then don't refer to them, I'm left to guess what it is you make of them, aren't I? So is everybody else.
They're part of the evidence base to the proof.
Now, let's move on. Just pausing because my cross-examination takes a certain course, and I just want to make sure I'm going to follow the bit that I thought came next, or perhaps head off somewhere else. Just give me a minute. Yeah. I'm going to backtrack a bit. Okay, now, if one is to analyse in the way that you and Mr. Eschels have done the impact of development, we need to be clear, don't we, about the appropriate level of analysis, spatial level of analysis. And if we turn to page 70 of Lydia, which you'll find at E1.
Sorry, which page?
70.
Yes, I have that.
You'll be familiar with what is said at 5.2.
Yes.
Basically, what 5.2 talks about is that, well, let's read it. Scoping should identify the area of landscape that needs to be covered in assessing landscape effects. Yeah? Then I'm going to move to the penultimate sentence. This will usually be based on the extent of landscape character areas likely to be significantly affected, either directly or indirectly. However, it may also be based on the extent of the area from which the development is potentially visible, defined as the zone of theoretical visibility or a combination of the two. So what I think I'd like to put to you is this. First of all, so far as Glivia is concerned, one's starting point will generally be an LCA.
A landscape character assessment, yes.
Yes.
You look at the published landscape character assessments,
That's right.
and there are
So-
two that are particularly relevant here.
I'm going to come to them. The first is the North
National.
Somerset Wardle Armstrong.
Well,
Just let me tell you what I think they are, and you can tell me I'm wrong. But you've got the Wardle Armstrong assessment, which gives us our LCA J2 characterisation. And then what else you've got is your own and Mr. Eschels' analysis, because the Wardle Armstrong sensitivity study is something slightly different, but we're going to come to that. So if I'm trying to zero in using paragraph 5.2 of Glivia, I'd like to put this to you. I start by taking LCA area J2 and asking what extent of J2 is affected. And then, because LCA J2 is obviously too big, what I then do is carry out a more site-specific analysis based upon a ZTV. That's the right approach, isn't it?
I think you would look at the national level first.
Why? What's the point? It's obviously too big, and when we read Glivia, the correct approach is to start with the LCA, isn't it?
You look at the published. You look at the published character assessments. Okay, it doesn't specifically just say only consider the local landscape character assessments. You'd start off with the national character area.
Well, yeah, I mean, all right, it's contextual, but if one is trying to, and I'm going to ask you what the point is in a minute, but if one is trying to assess the scheme, the study area, it tells us here, will usually be based on the extent of the landscape character areas likely to be significantly affected, either directly or indirectly, and then from a ZTV perspective. So, I mean, look, if you want to quote the LCT, as indeed Mr. Eschles does, it's fair enough, but it's just there for context, isn't it?
Well, I think it's there. It has a purpose in that it sets the scene, doesn't it, at a larger scale, and then you drop down to the local character area in terms of the local character area. And you're right, you take into account what is likely to be the visual envelope, and that's refined through analysis on the ground. So you start off with theoretical visual envelope, and then with your site analysis, you establish the actual visual envelope, which I went through this morning, evidence in chief, and that's articulated in my proof. And then you look at the character areas within which those ZTVs and actual zones of visibility would be affected. And we've got the two here, the local one and the national level.
Well, all right, I mean, I could make submissions on this, but the point is this, that if one is trying to assess the impact of this scheme, one scopes that impact by reference to Glivia. That would be fair, wouldn't it? You're not going to disagree with that. And then I can make submissions on what that actually means, since you and I obviously can't agree.
You would look at the local landscape character areas and types, and those are relating to the River Yeo, Rolling Valley farmland.
Good.
In terms of landscape area and type, which are addressed in my proof.
Yeah.
The point I would make, sir, is that when you are looking at those character areas, you're trying to establish what are the defining features and how the proposal might have a bearing upon those character areas. And the point I would make, and this is why the ZTV is relevant, is firstly in terms of physical change to the fabric of that landscape, it is limited to the site. And the second point, and this is where the ZTV comes in, you need to understand how that area might be affected in visual terms by the proposal. And what I explained in evidence in chief is that the visual envelope is extremely limited to what I explained with regard to figure 3 this morning in Mr. Eschles' appendices, accepting the fact that there are some distant outlier views from the A and B as well, which we've both considered and taken into account.
Thanks for that.
So that's the process.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to come to all of that in due course, don't worry. Now, if I could take to page 21, please, of your proof.
Yes.
Having agreed, I think, that one scopes by reference to LCA, then smaller ZTV, we see it 5.18. You cite
518.
518.
Yes.
518 through to 523 is concerned with your citation of LCA J2. You start off with what it's described as, then you go on to the guidelines.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
The guidelines. So you describe it, then you go on to the guidelines. Well, you describe it, you set out the key characteristics.
Sorry.
And then you set out the guidelines for landscape management.
Yes, I was going to say, so it's a general description, then
Key
the
characteristics.
key characteristics, then I refer to the guidelines and what
Yeah, quite
they've
so.
got to say. Yes.
Yeah, quite. Now, a couple of things. The first thing you don't say in your evidence is that the appeal site and its immediate environs are in any way out of keeping with the description, key characteristics of J2 LCA. You don't say that, do you?
What this section here is looking
would you
at...
mind awfully answering the question?
Yes.
I know what the section's dealing with. I put a straightforward question to you.
Yeah.
And what you do not do you, is say that the appeal site and its immediate environs are in any way uncharacteristic of LCA J2, general character, and that its characteristics. Straightforward yes or no. You don't
But
do
the
it,
site,
do you?
but the site is uncharacteristic of these features.
You don't say that, do you?
I address it in the other section of my proof.
If you wouldn't mind, let's just stick
Because
to...
this section of my proof is dealing with the wider character area beyond the site. So how is the scheme going to affect and have a bearing upon these key characteristics? So in terms of this area, I've identified the key characteristics which prevail in the surrounding landscape. And with the scheme in place, all of these key characteristics would remain beyond the site. They remain unaffected by the proposal.
Thank you for that, but would you mind addressing the question? The site itself,
Yes.
you do not say, is uncharacteristic of LCAJ2. Just stick with the question, would you?
I don't specifically say it's uncharacteristic, but it is uncharacteristic.
The
Because
site itself, as it
Yes.
stands today,
Yes.
is uncharacteristic, is it?
yes, because it is because it's effectively horticulture.
Well, let's examine that proposition, shall we?
Yeah.
It's uncharacteristic because it's horticulture. Turn to page 22, one,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5 bullet points down. Have a read of that fifth bullet point, would you?
Yes.
Good. We can see, can't we, that one of the characteristic features of LCAJ2 is rural pastoral landscape with sheep, cattle and horses grazing. So what's uncharacteristic about horses grazing on the appeal side then?
Because that's referring to general horse grazing in a rural pastoral landscape. This site is subdivided by a number of fences. It's got a menage, it's got the stabling, it's of a horticulture character, and it doesn't refer to where you get descriptions like this. If horticulture, in terms of a characteristic, is predominant, then it's typically referenced in this type of description of the key characteristics of the area. And it doesn't refer to horticulture here in terms of
that's because
pony paddocks.
well, I think perhaps some people would think horticulture includes horses grazing, but the inspector will take a view on that. He's been doing this for long enough. So that's dealt with that point. Anything else you'd like to point me to which makes this site uncharacteristic of LCAJ2?
No, only that, as I say, beyond the site, these characteristics would remain.
That wasn't the question. I'm going to come to that. So I can record, for the avoidance of doubt, that the witness, when invited to draw my attention to the respects in which the appeal site does not reflect LCAJ2, drew Mr. Leader's attention to horticulture, and that was it.
The site, I accept, and I've set out in my proof, falls within this area, and I've explained in the previous section in my proof that deals with the effect upon the character of the site, how the character of the site would change in the context of those character studies.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And that's set out from paragraph 421 through to 425.
Yes, good. Thanks. Now, moving on. Insofar as we are concerned with landscape character as a resource,
Yes.
and having agreed what we've just agreed, it would be right to say, wouldn't it, that treating landscape character as a resource is a distinct thing.
Is a distinctive thing, did you say?
Yes, as a distinctive thing, element, if you like, in the Glivia assessment. It would be right to say, wouldn't it, as a matter of pure fact, that insofar as the landscape of the appeal site reflects LCA J2, it will no longer reflect LCA J2 when it is developed.
Correct. It would look, it would take on the appearance, have the character of a residential area.
Thank you.
If I could just finish with green infrastructure. But what I would note is that when you look at the character area, there is a significant amount of built infrastructure, sir, that forms part and parcel of the character area in the locality. So if I could ask you to turn up my appendices. I'll just get the right reference. So it's Appendix 6, sir. So on this plan, it shows the site in respect of the Rolling Valley farmland, which is area J on the plan, J2. Which is in the key, and you can see the extensive area, and you can see how that washes over the landscape surrounding the two parts of the settlement that fall in that area. But you can see that there are a number of other properties which fall within effectively what you describe as the envelope of Churchill, but sit within the character area along with the school campus. So you can see all of that built form, sir, sitting within the character area as well, alongside the site. So built form in terms of the school campus and the residential properties which front face onto Church Lane immediately to the west of the site, as well as some of the residential properties to the east, all fall within the same character area, sir.
Thank you for that. So, with your simple yes firmly in mind, I'm going to continue. Because my next question is this. It's right, isn't it, that the LCA J2 is generally in good condition and the landscape strategy is to conserve. If you want to refer to your evidence, it's 5.21 where you record that.
Can I just turn that up, please? So, 5. Yes, I see that.
Yeah. So that is what it says. If we could then turn to your Appendix I2, please. Sorry, but what am I talking about? 12. What's the matter with me?
Appendix?
Appendix 12, sorry, I've got core documents on the brain. So it's your Appendix 12.
So this is the landscape character?
That's right.
Yes, I have
Go
that.
to page 203, please.
Yes, I have that.
Condition, I'm looking at the bottom of the page. Condition good. Landscape strategy conserve the peaceful rural nature of the landscape with intact pasture and field boundaries, and to strengthen and enhance the weaker character, particularly where the landscape is affected by modern development to the west of the M5. We're not to the west of the M5, are we? If we go to the first page of J2, we see the character area set out.
Sorry, which page are we on now?
We'll just go back a page. Well, we'll go back a couple of pages. It's not numbered, you see. I think it's 100. I think it's 200, but I haven't got a page number on mine. There's a plan.
It is numbered, paginated. Hang on.
Mine isn't. But if you look at the
200 is the proposals plan, the map.
That's
Is
right.
that-
If you look at the map, you can
Yes.
see the M5 running north-south, can't you?
Yes, you can.
And the area that is
J2.
and the area that is to be strengthened and enhanced the area of weaker character, particularly where the landscape is affected by modern development to the west of the M5, yeah? Well, it's primarily there concerned with development to the west of the M5, isn't it?
I don't see what relevance that has to the site.
Good, because you see, I'm going to suggest it's this. First of all, if the site were to be affected by modern development, then notwithstanding it's to the east of the M5, the landscape strategy is to strengthen and enhance that area of weaker character, isn't it?
Yes, as a general landscape strategy, yes.
Yeah. So you'd want to strengthen and enhance. And in order to strengthen and enhance, in the terms of LCA J2, what you would aim to strengthen and enhance are those characteristics that make land typical of LCA J2. You wouldn't want to change it completely because that would run entirely contrary to the landscape strategy, wouldn't it?
Well, this is about land management. It's not about how you're accommodating development into the landscape. This is about land management.
Well,
So now clearly, if you're going to accommodate any development of this nature, say residential development in a greenfield location, you wouldn't be able to necessarily meet those management strategies that are about land management if you're going to accommodate a residential neighbourhood.
that's true. That's true. But the trouble is, of course, what one has to ask is this is a sensible place to build a residential scheme? And we're putting our case that it isn't, and you're saying the contrary. But let us explore why that point might be relevant. Could you please turn up core document A1 and turn to page 40?
Just bear with me. I don't seem to have A, core document A. No. Which document is it?
Well, it's the core strategy, actually. It's C5, and I just wanted to have the whole of the policy in front of you when I come to ask this question.
I seem to have section A in these documents.
So,
A1,
page
yes.
40, sorry, and just gather yourself a moment. CS5, page 40, take your time.
Yes, I have that.
Now, bearing in mind what we've just looked at, which is the need to strengthen and conserve if landscape is weak in terms of area, LCA J2, we read the policy. The character, distinctiveness, diversity and quality of North Somerset's landscape and townscape will be protected and enhanced by the careful, sensitive management and design of development. Yeah?
Yes, just say that.
Now, the point I'd like to put to you is this, that what is careful and sensitive is to be assessed, not by reference to, but with the North Somerset Landscape Character Assessment in mind. That's right, first of all, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you don't say, does it accord with the North Somerset LCA, end of question. What you do is you say you bear that in mind, but then see if the object of the policy is secured.
It refers to, says, as you are alluding to, close regard will be paid to the character of the national character area.
Yeah.
In the North Somerset particularly, and then it goes on to talk about, and then it goes also the North Somerset landscape character area. So it identifies the two published character assessments, which I was referring to.
Yeah, yeah. You have regard.
You were dismissing the national character area, and I was saying it did have relevance as is cited here.
Well, I don't think I was. I think Livia was, but never mind. Now, here's the thing. I just want to understand whether the policy, as interpreted by you, is in fact as it should be interpreted. Because you see, what I think you say, and we can go to that part of your proof where you deal with it if you like, is that in construing and applying CS5, one only has regard to that element of a LVIA, which is concerned with landscape as resource. Have I characterised your approach fairly?
The scheme has been carefully designed, and using the words that are set out in this policy. From my perspective, I consider that the design has been carefully designed, and that there is a sensitive approach to the management and design of the development, and therefore it does accord with this policy.
Yeah, that wasn't the question. Go to page 39 of your evidence, please.
Policy CS32 or
No,
CS5? Yes,
That's right.
previous page.
yeah. So you set out at CS on page 38,
Yes.
part of CS5. In fact, all of it, but without the subscript. Then you talk about the scheme, and then we come to page 39. This is the bit I want to focus on.
Yes.
The first part of this policy is therefore solely concerned with landscape character and not visual amenity, i.e. appearance, right? That's what you say.
Yes, it's focused. Yes, it's focused.
Well, let me ask the question. That was a statement, not a question. The question is this, that first of all, if you read the first line of the policy, and I'm looking at the word landscape after the two words North Somersets, what the policy is concerned with is landscape as a whole, isn't it?
It's the policy has got the generic title there, which is landscape, and then it goes on to set out what the policy is in precise wording.
The policy is concerned with landscape as a whole, isn't it? Not landscape as a resource in Glivia terms.
Well, it goes on to qualify what aspect of landscape it wants to deal with, and it focuses on character, and all those elements that are referenced there relate to character.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you a few straightforward questions because I can make submissions on this. First, your approach to policy CS5. You will no doubt have read the various appeal decisions that we find in section G of the core documents. Have you read them insofar as they relate to sites in North Somerset?
No, I have not looked at those in detail.
Well, have you looked at them at all?
Yes, but not
Good.
in detail.
Well, then you'll be able to confirm, won't you, that in all of the appeals where policy CS5 has been referred to, and I can make submissions on this in closing, it's right that no inspector has ever interpreted policy CS5 in the restrictive way that you do. That's right, isn't it?
I'll take your
Don't
word
take
for
my
it.
word for it. If you don't know the answer, just
I
tell
don't-
me you don't know.
I couldn't confirm that one way or the other.
No. Don't you think it's quite important when you're writing evidence and giving an opinion on the way a policy is to be interpreted, to ask the question, I wonder what has happened before? Because, of course, inspector decisions are material considerations, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. And the principle of consistency in decision-making requires this inspector to approach policy CS5 having regard to other inspector decisions. This inspector could take a different view if he wants to, but he'd have to give reasons. So, in interpreting policy CS5, it is important, isn't it, to ask the question, how have others interpreted this policy, and am I an outlier?
I've looked at the policy in the context of this proposal, and as I interpret it as a landscape planner, and I'm not an RTPI planner, so you may wish to put the question to the planner. in terms of the planning evidence, but from my perspective as a landscape planner, reading that policy, it reads as addressing landscape character.
I thought
And
so.
I come across other policies, other districts that will refer to character and appearance, and there may be a specific reference to appearance and views and vistas, visual amenity, but there is no reference in there. It's very much focused on landscape character.
Yeah, right. I thought you might seek to defer to Mr. Wakefield, so I took the trouble of checking the way Mr. Wakefield deals with CS5. And let's turn to his evidence.
Might need to be handed a copy.
Very good. I'm sure you will be.
I have that.
Good. Now, can I just ask you this question as a sort of preamble? Is it you or Mr. Wakefield whose evidence on the approach to CS5 I am to be invited to adopt?
Mr. Wakefield's.
Right. So if
As the planner.
So if Mr. Wakefield were to adopt your conclusions, what would I be to make of that statement you've just given me? You defer to Mr. Wakefield, but if Mr. Wakefield defers to you, whose evidence is to be preferred?
Mr. Wakefield's.
Well, then
Is the
turn to page 11 of Mr. Wakefield's evidence, please.
Yes, I have that.
Just read to yourself, would you? You don't need to read out loud. 412 and 413.
Sorry, it's different. Page?
Page 11, paragraphs 412 and 413.
Sorry.
Just read it to yourself.
Yes, I read that.
Right, now then, what we can agree is this, I hope, that first of all, Mr. Wakefield does not look at the words of policy CS5. What he does is say, Mr. Cook forms various conclusions.
Sorry, which paragraph are we in?
Well, let's look at 412. Mr. Cook's proof also concludes that local landscape character distinctiveness will be protected and enhanced, that it will integrate with the naturally built constructed environment and will respect tranquility, such that it meets the first part of policy CS5. Pause there. And go to 413. Given the policy wording, Mr. Cook concludes that the proposals do not conflict with the relevant development plan policy. Now, let's look at 413, that first sentence. Given the policy wording. A couple of things. First of all, Mr. Wakefield does not analyse the policy wording, does he? I'm asking this witness, and then I shall come back to his proof. So if you don't mind answering the question.
It's a fair point, though, just before you go sort of too deep into Mr. Wakefield.
I'm not going to go any further, sir, than this. This is as far as I'm going to go. So, would you mind answering the question?
So, in these two paragraphs, he doesn't analyse the wording of the policy.
He doesn't, does he? So we go back to your evidence. Can I perhaps finish the point this way? That I can record, can I, that when questioned by Mr. Leader, Mr. Cook clarified that matters of construing policy CS5 are not a matter for him, they're a matter for the planning witness. Shall I leave it like that?
I think that's fair, but what I would say is that I've looked at the policies and given the inspector my interpretation as I view those policies from a landscape planning perspective. That's my interpretation.
Yeah. And am I to take it that in giving your view on policy from a landscape planning perspective, you checked with Mr. Wakefield that that was a sensible approach?
Yes.
So So let me be clear about this, because I'm obviously going to ask Mr. Wakefield some questions.
Yes.
Right. Mr. Wakefield is in your team, and your team has prepared its evidence. I can take it, can I, that you and Mr. Wakefield are at one when it comes to the approach to construing policy CS5?
Yes.
Good. Splendid. Well then, in
Good.
that case, I don't need to talk to
as
you
far,
anymore.
As far as my interpretation is concerned, and then Mr. Wakefield has taken my evidence and taken that into account from his planning perspective. So he may have a different professional stance on that to me.
Well, do you know whether he does or he doesn't?
Well, from a planning point of view, I can't really comment.
Well, forgive me. We've got a proof. We've got a case being advanced. I think I'm entitled to know whether the landscape witness and the planning witness agree on the approach to CS5. Do you or don't you?
I've set out my professional view on the policy, and then from my evidence, Mr. Wakefield has taken that into account in formulating his evidence.
Do you know whether you agree or not? Just tell me if you don't know.
I can't say whether from a planning perspective, that there is a subtle nuanced difference in his interpretation of the policy compared to mine, because I'm looking at this as a landscape planner.
Okay. Now, last point on this policy before we move on. Policy CS5 is concerned with ensuring that development is acceptable in landscape terms. That's the broad object, isn't it?
Yes, that the development would be acceptable in landscape terms.
Yeah, and
yes, landscape character terms in particular.
Yeah, and planning is a practical discipline. It's there to ensure that when the environment is changed by built development, the people who live and work in it, pass through it, find the result to be pleasing. That's the object, isn't it?
Yes, in broad terms.
Yes.
You use the word pleasing, yes.
So
sympathetic.
It would be surprising, wouldn't it, if in approaching policy CS5, one is to disregard the impact of development on visual amenity. That would be a surprising way of approaching the policy, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. But what I would say is that the policy is focused on addressing landscape character as I've set out in my proof.
No, yes, it would be, and move on. Now, so I shall break at 1 o'clock if that's convenient to you, and I hope I'll probably have this finished by then, but if not, 1 o'clock. Or would you like to break earlier, sir? I'm just conscious that this witness has been going for a while, and I will run up to 1 o'clock if we don't have another break.
Okay. Are you okay?
I don't mind, so I'm in your hands, really.
Well, if you're comfortable to carry on, we
Okay.
can carry on.
Thank you, sir. Right. Now, what I'd like to do now, if you don't mind, is just zero in on whether or not the appeal site's a good place to put housing. I think it was put to Mr. Etchells yesterday that the appeal site's a logical place for development of housing. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And we earlier agreed that identity, sense and place and distinctiveness are important from a design point of view, as is context. Now, moving onwards from there, when Pegasus were appointed to the design team, tell me, when was that? When were Pegasus appointed to the design team?
So I was asked to have a look at...
Not you personally.
Yeah.
We have Inspire Design,
Yes.
produced design and access statements.
Yes.
And we know that Cotswolds Archaeology and yourselves are on the design team.
Yes.
When I looked at your LVIA, I was a bit surprised because normally when Pegasus produce a document, they have a box, as you do on your proof, which gives you some version control. But the LVIA that was produced by Pegasus doesn't have a version control, so I wasn't able to tell when you had produced the LVIA and the extent to which there had been, if you like, interplay between you and Inspire. So out of interest, when were Pegasus appointed to the design team?
So I can't recall whether within sort of days or weeks within each other, but certainly Pegasus were instructed broadly at the same sort of time as Inspire Design.
Yeah, I thought
and worked alongside Inspire Design to inform the master plan.
But I suppose this is the question is this. The question is this: that the brief you accepted was, here is a site we would like to develop it for residential development. Come up with a scheme that is as good as it can be. Would that be fair?
It was to come to identify a scheme that would be sympathetic to the locality.
Good. That's helpful. Right. So, in maintaining distinctiveness and identity, if you're able to, by developing this site, one has to have regard to the historic evolution of Churchill and ask, what is it that makes this place special?
That's
Correct?
one consideration, yes.
Yeah. And if we were to isolate Area 3 and ask the question, what is it that makes Area 3 distinctive compared with Areas 1 and 2, I took you earlier to the principal distinction, which is, if you like, the historic character of Area 3 compared with Areas 1 and 2, which is, of course, evidenced, isn't it, by the fact that Area 3 is, to a large extent, a conservation area.
There is a conservation area there, but it doesn't cover the whole area, as you would expect, because it's got modern development in there as well.
Well, we can talk to another witness about conservation areas. The one thing I did notice, I think, correctly, is that in your evidence, you don't actually note that the appeal site falls within a conservation area, do you?
Yes, I do note
Oh,
that.
take me to it, because I've obviously not read it properly.
I would.
I thought I may have got this wrong. So if I just
I would have to just see if I can find it.
You would. If you want to come back after lunch, by all means do.
Well, just give me.
Yeah.
Just give me a minute, just see if I can.
Maybe mine is.
So I was very mindful of it and do refer to it. No, I refer to it as being accepting the fact it's in a conservation area.
Well, I'm probably wrong. I just wanted to get this straight.
Can I-
Yeah, please
Yeah,
do.
please, yeah.
4.24.
Just turn that, see if it's what I had in mind.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Good. Well, in that case, I shall cheerfully take that back. So,
Yes, it's in the first line. Yes.
yeah, you do. So at the site level, with a low susceptibility,
Certainly very mindful of that.
recognising that part of the site falls with a conservation area heritage designation.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, then I take that back. Good. Now, good. So, yeah, well, the point being then, that the site's conservation area status is a relevant consideration, isn't it, when one is thinking about landscape. We know that from Libya.
Yes. Yes.
It's one of those elements of landscape that adds value to whatever value the site possesses as a landscape unit.
Yes, it may do. Yes.
Yeah. And thinking about the development of Area 3, we have the church, and we have Front Street. And those two areas are separated, aren't they, by the appeal site?
And the school as well,
What?
on the other side of the road. So you can't just look at the site in isolation. If you're looking in the landscape context, you've got a swathe of land between the church and the enclave of development around that and Front Street. And that's made up of the school complex and the site, isn't it?
Sure enough, we're going to deal with the school in just a minute, if that's okay. But if we think of it like this, St. John the Baptist's Church is the oldest building in Churchill, isn't it?
I couldn't be sure of that, but I would imagine it is probably one of the oldest.
Yes, and we know, because our party's respective heritage witnesses have told us, that the village grew up around the church initially, and then there was a migration to the land which is now Front Street, and the village developed along an east-west axis. That's right, isn't it? It's along Front Street, and it ceased to develop around the church.
Yes, there's an enclave of development around the church, and then there was further development around Front Street.
Yes, and the unusual feature at Churchill is the separation of the historic church and the buildings that sit around it, the old manorial buildings, and the village itself as it later grew up. That is something distinctive in morphological terms, to get back to a point you made earlier, about Churchill, isn't it?
There is a degree of separation, but it's not total separation, because there is, as you travel along Front Street, you've got a strong sense of development either side of that. You come to the junction of Church Lane, you turn up there, and then you've got development along the length of Church Lane up to the church. So there's a sense of development and continuity of development. So you are not aware that you're leaving Churchill. If you started at the eastern end of Front Street, drove along Front Street, turn right down to Church Lane, you're constantly aware that you're part and parcel of the settlement until you get to the church area. So I accept there is a sense of separation to a degree with the site, but that's tempered by the fact you've got continuous development on the roadside as you go from the greater part of Churchill to the church.
Let me just be clear about this, you see, because I can make submissions on it. There's no point trying to get a witness to change their mind, they never do, but I just want to explore the extent to which you and I are in disagreement or agreement. As a matter of fact, we've got the church and the historic manorial buildings around it, and we've got the east-west axis of Front Street. They are separated by the appeal site, aren't they?
As I say, there is some separation by the fields, but there is a strong connection in terms of settlement form between Front Street and the church because of the large school campus. And you can't disregard the school campus and not pretend it doesn't exist and that is somehow not there. The reality is that, as I've said, there is a strong connection in built form terms between...
Strong connection. Let's examine that. I want the inspector to have a note of our cross-examination on this point, and then the inspector can form his own views. So, let us start, please. Let us imagine we're at the cottage. Do you have your...
Sorry, which cottage are we talking
hang
about?
on, I'm going to tell you. Your Appendix 3, please. It's your master plan.
Yes.
Right. Find the cottage. It's just next to the church.
Yes.
Good.
Facing onto Church Lane.
Correct. Now,
yes.
we're on Church Lane, we're to the north of the site. Now, if one goes north of the cottage, a little way on, there's a house which provides the entrance to a footpath to Langford. It's signpost at Langford. But what I want to do is walk south from the cottage. And as I walk south from the cottage, and the inspector can see this for himself, he probably already has done, along Church Lane,
yes.
It's right to say, isn't it, that until I get right up close to the school, that is Court Orchard, a bit beyond Court Richard. I actually can't see the school. All I see is a tree-lined country lane. That's right, isn't it?
No, you can appreciate, you can see building of the buildings associated with the school in the winter months. You may not with the foliage in winter, and there'll be more
the
of a
point
screening
I'm
effect.
putting to you is if we go down there today, you can't see the school till you get to the Court Orchard, can you?
Not in Leaf, no.
No. So this
the-
notion that there is a strong link is utter nonsense, isn't it? There is no link at all, visually, until you get to Court Orchard. Then what you do is this. You, for about 40 paces, see some school buildings on your right. Then you get trees, which to some extent screen, and then the school's behind you. Your experience of the school as you go along Church Lane, if you're on foot, is limited to about 30 to 40 paces walking south. That's correct, isn't it?
No, that's not the case.
Well, the inspector see for himself.
So as soon as you're south of the cottage and you're walking southward along Church Lane, you're aware in the winter scene of the school buildings through the trees. And they become more and more into view until you get down to the bottom of Church Lane and you're constantly aware of the school complex.
When did you first get involved in this project?
Probably about 2 years ago.
You did.
Yes.
Good. Now then,
I've seen the site in all seasons.
well, we've got photographs in the proofs. So, we've walked south down Church Lane. There's not much point taking you through reverse. Safe to say this, I suppose, that imagine you're coming down Front Street in a westerly direction. You turn right.
Into Church Lane.
Into Church
Yes.
Lane. Yeah. You'll see the school on your left immediately.
Yes.
And then the school quickly disappears. As you go up Church Lane, your impression is of a leafy country lane with a church, Churchill Court and the cottage some distance away on your left. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, you see that it's got the sense of a country lane in that section. Yes.
So
not
this
of the
notion
school.
there's a strong link between, on the one hand, the church, and on the other hand, the old historic core, created by existing developments, is just wrong, isn't it?
No, because what you've also got to take into account is all the associated activity related to the school. So we're just talking about the buildings, but the reality is that day to day, that lane is very busy with associated activity with the school, with people coming and going and leaving, arrival times. I've been to the site on a number of occasions, and I've not been able to park in that lane for the cars bumped up onto the grass verge, bumper to bumper, along the full length, school buses at the junction at the bottom, and I've had to go up the lane beyond the church for about a mile until you get to the next road junction where you can turn around and come back, because I've not been physically able to turn around anywhere for the number of parked cars down there. So there's a strong sense that this is a very busy environment associated with this lane. And you've got the built form, but you've also got your activity associated with it as well.
Well, the reason I was talking about built form is I was dealing with morphology in the way that Glivia does. But are you seriously suggesting? Well, let's take this in stages, because no, just haven't asked a question yet.
Yeah.
So just hang on. The point is this: that the appeal site separates out and evidences the separate development of the area around the church from Front Street, doesn't it? It remains there to allow us to appreciate in structural terms the way in which the settlement is developed, doesn't it?
You have an appreciation that there is a degree of separation between the church and the settlement of Churchill, which flanks Front Street. But what I'm saying is that there is a strong connection between that wider part of the settlement and the church along Church Lane because of the presence of the buildings, but also the activity associated with it. And I mentioned the activity because you were talking about sort of the sense of a rural country lane, and the point I'm making is that it has far it's far from the sense of being a rural, quiet country lane when you see the amount of activity at various points during the day.
Yeah, I suppose school picking up and dropping off times
It
might be
is-
busy.
It's, I've struggled to drive down there,
Yeah.
it's been that busy.
Well,
Choked
there
with
we
traffic.
There we go. Well, I can make
So-
submissions on that. But let's stick
So
with
it is, sorry, to finish the point.
Yeah, go
so
on.
it is an aspect and a dimension of the relationship between that end of the church lane and the rest of the village and how it operates.
Let's move on. It's a busy school at school picking
It
up
is,
and dropping off
it
times.
is.
Yeah, I can imagine so.
I would encourage the inspector to take take that
We're
time
gonna-
into account.
He's going to. He's going out there when the school gets at school closing time, I think. Now, let us move on, because you see there is a footpath, isn't there? Well, 2 footpaths that are that cross the sides.
There are.
And what I'm going to do now is go for a walk with you, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Because if we take, first of all, footpath 31, 10, 20, 30 as it evolves, and
The reference, which one's that? The one diagonally across the side?
it's the one that, no, it's the one that goes...
One on the eastern boundary?
That's right.
Okay.
Now, but if we go through the kissing gates together,
Yes.
and then walk along the eastern boundary of the site and head north. Yep.
Yes.
And what I just want to do is make a quick note of what it is we'll experience, so the inspector can bear the parties' respective views in mind when he comes to write his report. Now, as I head north, I have, don't I, on my right, quite a strong tree and hedge belt.
Yes, there is. There's a tree, a woodland copse on the eastern boundary of the site.
That's right. And then as I head north,
Yes.
I don't actually see the church, do I, until I get to the point where the tape that divides the field in two originates.
The church comes more into view in the northern half of the footpath, if that helps you.
I get to the sycamore, I get abeam the sycamore, then I can see the church, can't I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Beyond.
And then as I move along the
So-
line of the footpath as it's being diverted, I keep the church in view, don't I?
Yes, it's on as the path is diverted along the eastern boundary, you can see the church to the west.
Yeah. Now, the other place I can see the church from at the moment, but it's only in the winter. There's a photograph in Dr. Hudson Macaulay's evidence. Is if I am coming along Hilliers Road and looking north, I can see through the field gate. I can actually see the church tower, can't I? I won't at the moment, but if you look at the inspector will see Miss Hudson Macaulay's evidence in due course. But in the winter, you say you've been there in the winter.
Yes.
In winter, you could see the church through that gap, couldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you get a fleeting view.
Yeah, you get a view of the church. Now, leaving to one side, views of the church from the footpaths, both north and then diagonally across the site, and from Hilliers Road. The only other place you can see the church from in the local landscape is if you walk along the footpath from Langford in a westerly direction, you can see that church from there, can't you, as well?
In terms of to the north of the ridge,
Yeah.
as you're coming down the ridge,
As you come down that footpath, which runs to the north of the appeal site, you will see the church tower come into view, won't you?
yes, to a degree, yes.
Yes, well, quite clearly, actually, with the inspector can walk it himself. And then from Windmill Hill, looking across the appeal site, you also see the church, don't you?
Yes, as
Yeah.
when you're coming down the slope, not
Yeah.
on the top because of the plateau.
So, from Windmill Hill, you see the church. From the footpath that runs from Langford, you see the church. And from the appeal site, you see the church. And you see the church from Hilliers Road.
And from the series of footpaths which you've not talked about the arc of views to the west of the church. You've got all the...
Oh, yes. But if you're in the village itself...
The church was designed to be seen from 360 degrees
Yes,
in the
yes,
landscape.
it was. But I'm talking about views of the church from the village, if that's okay. At the moment, what you see, what you appreciate, is views of the church. If you're in the conservation area,
Which,
yeah, you appreciate them from the footpaths which run in a northwest and north and east direction. That's right, isn't it?
yes.
Yes. Good. Now, if the development proceeds, two things will happen. First, the historic separation of the east-west axis of Old Churchill from the church will be infilled, won't it?
To a degree, as I explained, the area would accommodate a residential development, but it would also provide areas of green infrastructure where there would be, obviously the path would be retained, so there'd be opportunity to gain views with the scheme in place.
Morphologically, the distinction between the church and Old Churchill will have been obliterated, won't it?
Not entirely, for the reasons I explained, because you've got those strong connections along Church Lane.
I said obliterated, you said not entirely. I'm happy with that. We'll move on. Next, insofar as views of the church are highly localised and at present enjoyed across a pastoral landscape with trees that stand out as landscape features, that will be lost entirely, won't it?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah. At the present, as one moves across the appeal site, one is enjoying a pastoral landscape with a large oak, large sycamore, landscape features. That impression will be lost completely, won't it?
The impression of walking across that field as horticulture, pony paddocks, yes, would be lost in that it would change to a residential scheme with parkland areas,
Yeah.
with
So-
open spaces.
So morphologically, we have a complete change. Visually, we have a complete change. If we go to your Appendix 19, we can agree, well, let's go to your Appendix 19 and just agree, I hope, what the effect of that change would be. Your Appendix 19, please.
Yes, I have that.
And in case you want to suggest, as I think you're tending to, that what replaces that which is enjoyed already is a good thing, we can agree, can't we, as we look down your Appendix 19, look at various viewpoints, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 13, prow users will experience an effect which is adverse and to a large extent moderate or major adverse. That's going to be the effect. It's not going to be a good thing. It's going to be a bad thing in visual terms because you say so.
Because there's a change in the scene, yes.
Good. So we
But those viewpoints are very local. In the majority of cases, are very local to the site, and that demonstrates the limited visual envelope
yes,
associated with the scheme.
I know. But here's the thing. Conservation areas are local designations, aren't they, by their very nature?
Yes.
Yes. And in asking the question, is this a good place to build houses? We have to bear in mind the importance of maintaining distinctiveness and identity and have regard to the settlement's historical development. And all I'd like to put to you is this. If one wanted to choose a sensitive location where local views are really important, one would choose this location because actually it's the most sensitive location in Churchill, isn't it? You've got a view from and to a conservation area which identifies the separate development of Churchill, and here you are coming along to fill it up with houses. Not very sensible, is it?
No, I disagree, with due respect. The conservation area line is somewhat arbitrary because when you are walking across the site, if we were to accept your proposition that this conservation area boundary is a designation, it may be so that this is better put to the heritage witness, but from my landscape planning perspective, I'll give you my view,
Yeah.
if I may. That if you would, if I'm interpreting your comment and analysis correctly, what you're saying is that the conservation area, as it extends across the site, has a role to play in maintaining a sense of separation between the historic core of Churchill as it relates to Front Street and the church to the northwest.
Yeah.
But if that was the case, you would expect that the conservation area boundary would roll up to the northern boundary of the site. What it does do is stops on a fence line. So that when you're in the site, walking across those horse paddocks, you're one side of the site in the conservation area, and the north side of the fence, sorry, did I say site? On the south side of the fence, you're in a conservation area. You pass through that fence to the northern half of the site, and you're outside the conservation area. Now, if that conservation area were to be, and this is from a landscape planning perspective, sir, if that conservation area designation as it relates to the site was doing its job effectively, you would expect it to roll out and extend as far north as the northern boundary of the site, because there's as much interplay and intervisibility between the northern part of the site and the church and the southern part of the site and the church. Indeed, it's probably the northern part of the site which has got a stronger visual connection with the church than the southern part of the site, for the reason we just talked about in terms of the intervisibility points. So I'm at a loss as to follow the logic that you're suggesting, if I may, because
No, that's fine. Let's explore that together.
because the designation stops as simply a fence line through the middle of the site, and one is in and one is out with that designation. And I think if it was fulfilling that role, the designation wouldn't stop at a fence line in the middle of that area of separation, that gap.
I see. Well, let's talk about this together then.
Can I just come in and just say?
We're straying into
Well,
conservation.
can I just come in and just say, there is inevitable overlap with some of these matters, but I am becoming a bit concerned. We are getting a bit deep into some of the conservation.
Are you not finding it
heritage.
too helpful to go any further down this line with this witness?
It's not helping me greatly.
Well, if I'm not helping you, so we'll move on.
Yeah, because
we
we will no doubt deal with it at
Yeah,
length.
we've dealt with the morphological point, which is my main bone with this witness. But I suppose, can I just put one last question? Now I'm going to move on, sir. You say, well, logically, you take the conservation area right up to the church. That's what I think that's what you say. If one would try to
If you were following your logic,
yeah. Can I just? This is probably where we need to stop, because there's trespassers on the heritage specialism. But I suppose that might be true if, of course, setting wasn't a relevant consideration to both the church and the conservation area. Are you familiar with the concept of setting?
There's no point. I don't think I can help the inspector in terms of concepts of setting as far as the heritage assets are concerned, because that's not my expertise.
That may answer your point, but we can take that up with the heritage witness.
And that's the reason why I qualified and caveated my answer, saying from a landscape perspective.
Well, all right, we'll stop it there then.
Thank you.
But you take the point, good. Now, I think what we've done is we've looked at where one can appreciate the church from the appeal site's contribution to that. I'd like to go at Windmill Hill next, if you don't mind, just briefly. From Windmill Hill, and one's walked out from the village in a northerly direction, gone through the gate, gone up Windmill Hill, turned round, and having exerted oneself and enjoyed the exercise. A few things I think we can agree upon. The first is whether you're crossing the appeal site or whether you're actually at Windmill Hill itself. There is a sense of tranquility, isn't there?
On Windmill Hill.
and across the appeal site, it's a tranquil place to be.
There's a sense of tranquility associated with Windmill Hill, less so within the site at particular times. Back to the point about, and I would note for the inspector to be on site when there's traffic associated with Front Street and Church Lane. So what I would say is there is some tranquility, but it's limited on the site, tranquility on Windmill Hill.
Is your evidence this? Because the inspector can see for himself.
Yes.
I just want, again, I can make submissions on it. Is your evidence that during school hours, one's experience walking across the appeal site is not tranquil? Is that your evidence?
Yes, it is compromised, and that's reflected in the CPRE tranquility plan in my addendum, sir. The point I would make about tranquility is sometimes it's forgotten, but tranquility as a dimension in landscape is not just about noise, it's also about activity and movement. It also contributes to the sense of tranquility. In other words, if there's an absence of activity and movement and noise, all of those things collectively contribute to the sense of tranquility or otherwise. And when you're on site at different particular parts of the day, you're very well aware of the traffic movement associated with Church Street and Front Street. Church Lane and Front Street.
Yeah.
So tranquility on the site is there, but it's limited at particular points of the day.
Can I put it just slightly differently? The site is generally tranquil, except for school picking up and dropping off times. Is that
Yes, that would be
right,
fair.
So,
Yes.
So actually, for most of the time, the site is tranquil. As a matter of pure
because
fact.
you are aware of passing traffic. The Front Street is a busy road.
Now you're changing your argument.
I'm qualifying that there are those peaks, but Front Street is still a busy, very busy road and you're aware, if you're in the southern part of the site, you're aware of that activity, that motor activity along Front Street.
Front Street is a very busy road, is it?
You were asking about
No,
the sense...
you just said
yes.
that. And
yes.
What I'm doing, Mr. Cookies, is I'm picking you up as you go along. Front Street is not a very busy road, is it? And if one asks the question,
I heard what.
If I may finish.
Yeah, I mean, I heard what Mr. Cook said, but then again, as part of this evidence, I'm not necessarily too interested in whether Mr. Cook is analysing how busy the road is. But if you answer the question on whether you believe the site is tranquil or not, in the simplest terms.
The site has limited tranquility. Has tranquility, but it's limited.
Well, you see, what I'd like to just come back on then is this. You say the site has tranquility, but it's limited. What I'd like to put to you is the converse is true. That actually, except during the times when the school is opening and closing, so when people are being dropped off and picked up, the site is tranquil, and the reason for that is there is very little traffic along Front Street, and actually, when school's in, there really isn't much activity along Front Street or Church Lane. Now, that's a straightforward question. If you disagree, say so, and I want to make submissions on that in my closings.
I would disagree and say there's limited tranquility associated with the site, particularly in the southern and western sides, for the reasons I've explained. And that's reflected in the CPRE map, and it's not surprising given that it is edge of settlement.
Well, there we go. That's your view. I can make submissions. Now, from Windmill Hill,
Yes.
at present, looking towards Area 3 of Churchill, what I see as I walk down the hill towards the village is, first of all, insofar as I can see houses along Front Street, they are set at a lower level than the appeal site, aren't they? The inspector can see this for himself, and it's broadly true, isn't it?
No, your understanding of, as you come over the brow of the hill or the plateau of the hill and you start to see Churchill, the impression is that you see the settlement in the what I would describe as the valley or the vale, and you can't appreciate those subtle differences in levels within which the settlement is located, and the site reads appears to have topographic continuity with the settlement in that viewing
This
experience.
is where I want to just pick up with you a difference in the inspector's form of view for himself.
Yes.
If one looks at the houses along Front Street, coming down the hill,
Yes.
two things are true. The first is, insofar as you can see any houses at all, they are separated from the appeal site by quite a well-developed, thick band of trees and hedgerows. Well screened by trees and hedgerows. You can see the houses plainly, but actually there is a strong tree and hedge boundary, isn't there, to the rear of those houses?
Well, in the winter scenes without foliage, and I don't know whether you've seen it in that
Yes,
context, but there is a clear view across, and you can appreciate that there is a settlement there as you're coming down the hill towards into the valley.
And the question was, if you'll just answer it, there is a strong tree and hedge boundary, isn't there, between the appeal site and the houses on Front Street? There is, isn't there?
There are some trees, but there isn't a strong tree boundary.
You say not strong, that's fine, we can
There is some vegetation, but you can see, the inspector will see for himself, but you can see that there is a visual connection between the curtilages fronting Front Street and how they relate to the site. But there are some trees there, I agree.
Right.
But the residential properties are clearly visible in and amongst those trees. You can discern that there's a settlement there, and you can see lots of Churchill from that elevated ground.
Yeah, right. I can make submissions on these points, so I don't want to keep battering you, but I just want another point, if I may. If one is standing on Windmill Hill and saying, right, we have the settlement, we have a tree and hedge boundary, you've argued with me about how effective that is, the special point of view. The appeal site itself reads as an uninterrupted green swathe between, on the one hand, the old Churchill, and on the other hand, the church. You've got this green swathe, which is presently unbroken, an attractive green backcloth to the village, isn't it?
You have got that presence of greenery in terms of the pasture, of the Housekeeping pasture, but what you need to be aware of, and you can see in the views, is that you've got an arc of development which is associated with the properties fronting Front Street or flanking Front Street, picking up the school complex and then residential curtilages leading up to the church. So effectively the site is cradled in a framework of built form that straddles Front Street and is on the far side of Church Lane. So you see yes, there is green space, you do see that, but as I say, there is that continuity of built form that you can see, sir.
Right. Now I'm going to try and finish this point by just challenging that observation you just made, which was put to Mr. Etchells yesterday. Come back onto the footpath that runs along the eastern edge of the site with me, would you?
Yes.
And walk as far as you're at Beam the Sycamore, so you can see the church.
Yes.
Now turn around. Now, we can be, I think, relaxed about your answer because the inspector will see it for himself, but this is what I want to put to you.
Sorry, you say turn around, which cardinal point am I facing now?
Well, I'll tell you.
Okay.
We're at Beam the Sycamore. I've asked you to turn around towards the housing on Front Street.
Yes.
Now, first point. If I'm trying to see housing on Front Street, I can do.
They're clearly visible.
Well, hang on. But what I can see is and I'm going to use this word with, let me think. I can see a handful of houses, can't I? A handful. I'm thinking of no more than 6. That's right. As I walk along the footpath towards the northwest, where I can exit onto Church Lane, if I'm the inspector, all I will ever see is a handful of houses. That's right, isn't it?
Well, it's more than a handful.
I've said 4 to 6. If you disagree, just say, I disagree. And that's fine. And we can then comment on the veracity of your evidence.
You see a number of properties which flank that road It's more than a handful, and you see the school on the right-hand side.
Now, next point.
Oh,
Next point.
okay.
If I'm in the appeal side,
Yes.
do I feel enclosed by built development? That's the question I want you to answer and inspect to consider. Now, here's the point. I'm looking towards Front Street. On my left, I've got hedges and trees. haven't
Yes,
I?
that's right.
Behind me, I've got Windmill Hill, which is hedges and trees. Yes?
Yes.
To the right of me, I've got the footpath lined by hedges and trees, which also runs up towards Windmill Hill. The only place I can see any other development, apart from to my left on Front Street, is if I look at the church, I can see the church and the cottage. That's right, isn't it?
And quite a lot of the eastern side of the school complex.
No. Let's come back to the school in a minute. But in terms of being enclosed by development,
Why?
I've got a handful of houses along Front Street. You said
Yes.
it's more than a handful with respect to the form of view. Behind me, I've got hedges. To the right of me, I've got hedges. As I look along the northern boundary side, I've got hedges. I can see the church and the cottage, and that's it, isn't it? Apart from a glimpse, and it is only a glimpse, of Churchill School from within the appeal side.
No, it's not. It's more than a glimpse. So if it helps, if you turn up my appendices, I've
Yeah.
got some context photographs. Appendix 9,
Appendix
Which
9,
is-
which one should we look at?
so viewpoint A and B, which I think just illustrates the point that we're
Sorry,
talking
where
about.
are you?
Appendix 9,
Yeah, which viewpoint?
A and B.
A and B.
There's only the two there in Appendix 9, sir.
Oh, 9, I beg your pardon.
And that shows you this arc of view, looking due south to due west towards the church, sir. And you can see the degree to which
Sorry,
the built form, it saves sort of the discussion back and forth, you can see for yourself.
well, I'm so sorry, I'm probably being incredibly dim. Did you say viewpoint 9?
No,
A
Appendix
and B.
9,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
and the context views are A and B. There's two there, so you've got them.
Ah. I'm sorry, I'm
So
so
have you got the reference?
Right, that's helpful, good.
I just
Yes.
thought that would be easier.
It is, isn't it? So I suppose that really does make the point rather nicely. If one asks the question, do we feel hemmed in by built development, you say the correct answer is to be derived from looking at your points A and B. That would be your answer, wouldn't it?
No, to answer your question, if you ask me the question about whether you feel hemmed in, there's a strong sense of visual containment which is arrived at by the centre built form and the surrounding tree cover around the perimeter.
Yes.
So a combination of the vegetation and the built form gives a strong sense of visual enclosure, and that's reflected in the limited visual envelope
Oh, I
that
see.
we have shared common ground on.
Well, I think that's right. You and I are slightly at odds because you're talking about visual containment and I'm talking about visual containment by built development. We could agree this. There's a sense of enclosure arising from vegetation and to some extent built development. But the point I'd like to put to you is that if one asks the question, is there a strong sense of being enclosed by built development? Do we feel part of a built settlement? What I'd like to put to you is, looking at these two viewpoints, the answer is no.
I would maintain that you do feel that you're on the edge of the settlement, because what you've got
I
to
didn't say that. I said enclosed within.
enclosed within,
Yes.
you're not enclosed within the settlement there. You sit within a settlement framework, and the settlement framework, as appreciated from this view, sir, is the properties associated with Front Street and those associated with Churchill Lane, the school.
Right. And we could agree, can't we, that insofar as the settlement is concerned, from a planning perspective, the settlement framework does not include the appeal site.
The site does include.
No, from a planning perspective, it doesn't, does it?
Well,
It just doesn't, does it?
From my understanding, from a planning perspective, it's fairly binary in that you've got a settlement boundary and then beyond which is countryside. What I'm saying is from a landscape perspective, this sits within a framework of Churchill as a settlement when you take into account the school campus to the west and the other properties associated with Church Lane. So it's within that development context that the site sits within that framework.
Yeah. Okay, good. Right, now then, AONB, I'm not going to ask you any questions about that. The inspector can judge that for himself, except for this. You drew a distinction, I think, in your examination of chief between views in and views out and their relative importance.
Yes.
If we were to look at the relevant paragraph of the PPG, you can do it if you want to, but it's a short point, so I'll just ask it. And then if you need to read it, you can. Go and have a look if you want to. Paragraph ID 842.
Oh, PPG. Sorry.
PPG.
Yes, this is the one that you was
This
submitted
is
to the
the one
inquiry
that
yesterday.
Learner's couldn't find on the internet, but which we
Yes,
did
I've got
yesterday.
a copy of that in front of me.
Right, good. Now then,
Yes.
you drew a distinction between views in and views out.
In terms of weight that you would attach to them, both
Yes.
need to be taken into account.
Yes. What we can agree upon, I hope, is that the PPG does not draw any such distinction.
No, it doesn't in the wording there,
No. So insofar as...
but we do have the judgment like the Stroud decision.
Yeah, we do have the judgment, which is the Stroud decision. We can
Yeah.
agree, can't we, that the PPG postdates it?
Yes, but my...
Good. So if the question is put again, the current guidance, which interprets the NPPF, does not draw a distinction between the value of views in and views out. The answer is that is correct.
No, it doesn't, as per that paragraph.
Good. So leaving the AONB there, because the rest of it's down to submission, I think that may be everything. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Thank you, Mr. Cook. I presume you want to re-examine. Is that
Yes, sir. I don't have a huge amount, maybe 10 minutes.
okay?
I need to go to the toilet, so.
Yeah.
I can either go to the toilet and we do it, so we can box off landscape and go to lunch.
I mean, what we could do is we could take a short adjournment, but obviously, Mr. Cook,
I would
you'll
prefer
need to isolate yourself to
Yes,
a
that's
degree.
fine. If I may, I'll visit the loo, but I won't talk to anybody.
Shall we do that then? Shall we adjourn until what? 10 past?
That's always a crush.
Yeah.
Right.
1, so the inquiry is resumed. So we'll pick up where we left off. Mr. Garvey, if you'd like to re-examine the witness.
Of course. Do you have questions for the witness?
I've got 2 very brief questions.
I'm not going to say whether you want to go first or second, so...
I'm also going to offer up the opportunity to Dr. Jaycock as well for any questions on the evidence. Have you got any questions? It's not compulsory and only about what you've heard.
I think I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. So I've got 2 very short ones. Shall I just get them out of the way? The hedgerows.
Yes.
Is there any benefit in landscape and visual terms to translocation as opposed to replanting, in your view?
Is there any benefit? Yes, I would say there is, sir. Over loss and replacement, i.e. new planting, I think there is a benefit over that. And it's this, that you're taking not only the landscape resource, but you're taking an ecological resource as well.
So in landscape and visual terms, I'm interested in.
In landscape and visual terms, there is probably a slight advantage in that you're taking existing vegetation, root plate, and with the right techniques and management and maintenance, it will thicken up and establish quicker, and you'll get a greater presence of hedgerow than you would if you just plant a new hedge.
So a slight advantage?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But once you're probably about year 5, certainly year 10, there wouldn't be any difference in landscape terms in terms of a hedge, but you'll probably have greater ecological diversity in a transplanted hedge.
Okay. Thank you, that's helpful. And then I'm sure I'll see this when I have a proper look on site, but I just want to clarify, are all the, if you like, all the fields or the majority of the land, notwithstanding what's on the fringe,
Yes.
is all that in use for horse grazing or horse-related activity?
To my knowledge, sir, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's no other use of the land?
I've not ever seen anything in terms of any other form of stock grazing, and
Right,
it's
no,
not been
that's
arable.
what
It's
I was
as
gonna
far
get
as,
to.
and it's probably, I would guesstimate, probably maybe 2 years, maybe time marches on, maybe longer than that, maybe 2.5 years or so. I think maybe been pre-COVID. But in my time involved with the project, it's always been horse pasture, and those fields used for horse paddocks.
Okay, all right. That's all I've got.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cook. For this part, I'd like you to turn up your proof of evidence, and you'll also need to have to hand Mr. Etchell's appendices, please.
Yes, I have the appendices.
So we'll start with his appendices, but keep your proof close to hand. And we're going to go to page 34, if you would, please.
Page 34 of
The appendices. Yeah.
Yes, I have that.
You'll recall there was an exchange between yourself and my learned friend where he was saying that whilst Mr. Etchells has done the systematic assessment of susceptibility and sensitivity, you have not. Do you recall that?
I do recall, yes.
So let's look at what Mr. Etchells has done and compare that to what you've done.
Yes.
So you can see under landscape receptor, under table 1 of Mr. Etchells.
Yes.
Yeah, he deals with the landscape features within and around the site.
Yes.
He then goes on to deal with quality and sensitivity, talks about the proposals and mitigation, the landscape change, or,
Yes.
Or the magnitude of change, and then he talks about the effects.
Yes.
And that's his systematic assessment of susceptibility and sensitivity. And it was suggested, well, conversely, you haven't done a similar exercise.
Actually, what I put to the witness was the relevant sections of Mr. Ettress's proof. So that's not correct, actually. What is being suggested is that Mr. Etchell's analysis is limited to the table. What I put to the witness, what has not been put by my learned friend, is that there are sections of Mr. Etchell's proof where he systematically looks at issues of landscape character assessment, visual impact assessment, sensitivity.
Can we let him just finish it? Not really. I don't think it actually finished putting the point, and then.
All right, sir.
Thank you, sir. So this table we're looking at is a summary, and I think the point was you haven't done the systematic assessment. Let's look at what you've done. So if we turn into your proof of evidence, please.
Yes.
And we're going to go to paragraph 4.3, if you would, please.
Yes, I have that.
We're going to do a little bit of skim reading, because
Yes.
rather than having to go through the whole proof.
Yes.
But you're talking about, at section 4, landscape elements,
Yes.
and then you start with the hedgerow as a
Yes.
landscape element.
Yes.
At
I've gone into identify the different components.
Yeah, at 4.3 and at 4.4, you discuss the proposals.
Yes.
At 4.5, you go through and talk about the mitigation.
Yes.
And at 4.6, you give us the conclusions about what the value, the susceptibility, the sensitivity.
Yes.
You talk about this is the last sentence, the high magnitude of change, and then you give us the effect.
Yes. Based on the losses and gains.
And then similarly, in trees and tree cover,
Same exercise.
yeah, 4.7, you talk about the proposals. 4.8 to 4.10, you talk about the mitigation. And then at 4.11, again, you go through the values, susceptibility and sensitivity. You deal with the high magnitude of change, and you deal with the effect.
Based on my methodology set out in my appendices.
Yeah. You then go through and deal with pastoral farmland. At 4.12, again, you make conclusions in respect to susceptibility, degree of change.
Yes.
You do the same in respect to topography.
Correct.
You do the same in respect to the public rights of way. Again, I'm curtailing it, but each time
Water features.
you deal with the features, you deal with mitigation, you deal with susceptibility, you make conclusions about value,
Yes.
magnitude of change, and degree, and the effect.
Yes.
Water features, you do the same.
Yes.
Then at 4.21 to 4.24, you do with the character, and you do the same exercise.
Yes.
You then, at the national character area, in the next section, 5.5 through to 5.10,
Yes.
you analyse the site against the national character area. Again, 5.10,
My analysis.
yeah, you make the conclusions at the end about the medium susceptibility, the medium value, medium sensitivity, the magnitude of change, and again the effect.
Yes.
You then do up the local landscape character area.
Yes.
And just pausing there, we've gone through it in this way because if you go back to the table that we saw that summarised Mr. Etchell's,
Yes.
he's gone through landscape features, then he's gone through national character area,
Yes.
then he's gone through the local landscape character area.
Correct, yes.
So far,
Consistent. Yes.
thank you. He then deals with the AONB. You can see that, that's his
Yes.
next. And you deal with the AONB, you give it a whole section.
Separate.
Perhaps because you was making a note and therefore I assume you're finding this helpful, but I have to say, you picked me up for leading yesterday. I'm wondering where the questions are. This is simply my learned friend running as a witness through his evidence. I gave him ample opportunity to identify all of these matters, and frankly, my submission is this is not a proper method of re-examination. My learned friend can read out a list of these matters in closing if he wants to.
Where are you heading with this?
The accusation was that it hasn't been set out in his evidence, that systematic assessment. And I'm asking the witness, to what extent does this provide that systematic assessment?
Well, you're not actually. You're just reading out a list of matters. Your witness is going yes, yes, yes as you read them out. And if you've got a question to put, it'd be nice to put it, then we can move on.
Can you put the question?
That was the question.
I've undertaken the systematic analysis following best practice, looking at, as Olivia sets out, looking at landscape elements, landscape character, with regard to both the site and off-site, and then moving on to visual amenity and looking at that. And all of that analysis is predicated and set throughout my proof, predicated on my appendices methodology.
Thank you. The next point I'd like to ask you about is in respect to the interpretation of policy, and I'll be brief with this point. There's a dispute between the parties as to how one brings in visual harm as a component of the policies,
Yes.
policy CS5 being one of the key policies. You say you leave it out of account. The policy is focused on character, not visual harm.
Correct.
And the council say visual harm is necessarily a feature of the policy. Let's say, for argument's sake, the council are correct. You say that in your assessment that there is, remind me, what's your degree of landscape harm that you've identified? In your conclusion, it's limited to minor to moderate harm in terms of visual impact.
Yes.
To what extent would you say that that would give rise to conflict with CS5, and what would be the significance of that conflict in your view?
I think that if it were considered to be in conflict, the degree of effect is limited, it's localized and limited, and it would not materially conflict with the policy, even if the policy were to be broadly interpreted to include a visual amenity dimension.
Thank you. And the final point I'd like to ask you about is in respect to the PPG section.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
And just looking at that,
Yes.
it was talking about the second sentence. It talks about, this is especially the case where long views from or to the designated landscape are identified as important.
Yes.
Just going back to the parish council sensitivity study.
Yes. I need to just find that. Yes. Have that.
Again, what's the significance of the fact that that the views that are identified as important towards the AONB don't include the appeal side?
Well, what is interesting, as I said, in cross-examination or in evidence in chief, I can't recall now, but the point I made with regard to the parish document is that it identifies key views and vistas, and there are none that are related to the AONB as far as the site is concerned. And indirectly, in terms of Windmill Hill to the north, there are no views that are identified on Windmill Hill oversailing the site towards the AONB. They're located to the east. They're on the eastern half of Windmill Hill, not the western half where the site is. And those arrows are very accurately located, because if you look at the start of those arrow lines, they are positioned on the public rights of way, sir, and you could walk to those locations. But there are none associated with the site or the elevated ground of Windmill Hill immediately to the north of the site that would oversell the site.
Thank you, I've got no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, sir.
So that concludes the appellant's landscape and visual evidence. This afternoon, we'll be hearing the council's heritage evidence. I'm going to adjourn now for lunch, unless anyone wishes to tell me anything else. How long would people like?
Maybe have an hour, so it's been a long morning, and I'll try and keep the examination chief, Mrs. Hudson-Macaulay, quite short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, does that seem reasonable for what you've got in mind for the cross-examination?
Yes, sir. I'll do my best to finish that.
I'm not putting pressure on you. I just want to know whether to shorten lunch or not.
I appreciate that. That's good.
Yep. Okay. Okay. All right then. So we'll adjourn and we'll come back at 25 past.